Oh, I'm sorry.
Cynthia.
Good for you.
Good. Think of some facts.
Me too.
We're all here together smiling.
Let's connect it to
I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Mayor, patience. Janice will not be here tonight.
We're waiting on Cora.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Are you ready for roll call?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
and Mayor Bennett, Councilor Denton is not going to be able to come
Yes.
tonight.
Thank you. And you can just note that. Okay. Go ahead and start. Tonight's work session, we do have to review and discuss departmental budget reductions. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. I'd like to call Dr. Manker to the front. Presentation first, please.
Dr. Manker, you want me to start with your first slide?
No.
Can we ask a question?
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
After she's done.
So I'm
Why
not
do we
going
know
to
which
present
presentation?
everybody's
Okay.
budget. They will
Give,
present their own budget.
can you give me 1 second?
Sure.
Is there a motion to ask questions during the presentation?
So moved.
I move that.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I've got it on your desk.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, we're here today, staff is here today to present our budget reductions. On Monday, you received the packet with the original cuts. At that moment in time, the city attorney's department and the fire department was not included. I updated that packet on Tuesday of this week, which is the final version that also included both departments, so that should be the final version that you guys have in front of you. On last week, on Tuesday,
I
on
don't have it.
21st, council had instructed that staff go back to take a hard look at their budget. And as a result, we met with Jerry Bowerly, who was the acting city manager. We all sat around and tried to reduce our budget further. And as a result, on Thursday and Friday, I sat with each department to discuss possible budget cuts. Today, the finance director submitted a final analysis of the budget, which also included outside agencies. But he also informed me today that some of those cuts that were, that each department participated in was also included in the presentation by the city manager, Mr. March Altman, in our original budget reduction earlier in the budget cycle around March and April of this year. So today, We have city staff here that will be available to go through each line item with you guys to help assist answering questions for you. I recommend today that we follow the packet, department by department, and walk through each line item for staff to be available to answer questions that you may have. And so to begin with, we have the city attorney department. She is not present. For those departments that are not present, I will be available to walk through that budget with you guys
Mayor.
for those cuts. So if you're ready, I'm ready to begin
Counselor
with the
Pelham
city
first, and then you.
attorney.
I have a
Department.
question.
Okay, Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Randolph.
Did you run off the city attorney, because you sent it to us via email? I did not run that off. Do you have an extra copy of that? It was,
I do not, that was in the second updated, but the city,
What? but it was through email, correct?
it went through email, yes, ma'am.
And I didn't print it. Does anyone have an extra copy? Did y'all bring your copy?
What are you looking for?
The updated city attorney changed the email. I looked at it, but I didn't run it off.
Can I get a charger? I can print it.
Thank you.
What is it? She's got, you
I
got
got,
that.
I have this. I just need the city attorney.
It's in there.
Oh, it was in here. Okay, well, I saw it online. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to preference,
Give me
ready?
1 second. Counselor Randolph wanted to speak. Are you
Yeah, that's
done?
all I need. I saw it online, but I didn't see it.
I'm just curious as to how the direction to the departments to be here. We see a lot of the departments here. Were they all asked to be here
Yes.
to talk? And so,
They are asked to be here to help answer questions that you may have. So once we get to that department, they will replace me for questions that you may have concerning their budget cuts.
okay, I don't see all departments here though, is what I'm
They-
asking for.
I know, some indicated, I've asked them that if they were not able to come to let me know. And
But she couldn't
at
be.
this time, only about 3 indicated that they would not be here today.
We don't have an attorney.
Okay, so if we have questions for those. would
You'll
you-
have to talk it through me. Because I actually have sat with
Okay,
each one of
that's what I
them.
was trying to get
Okay.
at. Do you
Yeah.
have the ability to possibly answer some of those questions? I wouldn't normally expect you to,
Right.
but I don't know what's going on, so I was
Right.
just wondering.
Yes,
Okay,
hopefully I can.
yes, ma'am, thank you.
I'll try.
Okay,
Okay, so I would like to begin the conversation by giving you an example of how to read the packet.
Counselor,
You'll-
Counselor, Dr. Manker, just one more. Did you have a question before she started
No,
her
I was gonna say
presentation?
that the city attorney probably is not here because she would have to work overtime, correct?
She's
Yeah.
online.
She's online
She's
today.
online
Okay,
with us.
She'll be
not
here.
her. I'm talking about
The paralegal,
paralegal couldn't be here because she's
Right.
not a salaried employee.
right,
So I would think she wouldn't be here.
yes, ma'am. Are we
Thank
ready?
you. Yes.
Okay. So there's a trend in the packet, and the trend is where I tried to highlight the first 20 or so lines in every department that indicates that although you see a budget at the end, the total budget, that the first 20 lines or so are dedicated to VRS, employee salaries, and also insurance and disability compensation. So those are line items that cannot be touched by each department director. Actually, we have to have permission through the city manager to, if we have salary savings in those areas, we have to have permission by the city manager to use those funds and bring it down to the operating department. So when you see, for example, the city attorney's department has a budget of $424,828, that is not the entire operating budget that the city attorney has. The beginning of her budget starts with the cell phone stipend line item, and it goes all the way down. All right, and so we can, as we go through this budget, you'll see that She has no decrease in the cell phone stipend. She has no decrease in management consultant services. She decreased the legal services by 10% for a total of $76,500. She has decreased service contracts by 10%, which is $13,896. And she further decreases the remaining of her budget line items to equal $119,255, which is actually a $13,644 difference. And that is what she has decreased her line item from, to. So back on the first budget page that you have from me, you have the city attorney has contributed to the budget deductions as a total of $13,644 and $44, which comes to a total of 10% of her budget.
Where do you see that?
Look on that first page.
Okay.
And in the notations, you'll note that the city attorney budget has a $424,000 budget. Only $132,000 is operating funds. So she's only operating with $132,000. She was able to reduce that down to $119,000 of operating costs.
Okay, I have two questions on the chair, Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Pelham.
Management consulting services is one of the, or the legal services is one of the areas that was decreased by 10%. And I would assume that's outside legal services?
That's outside legal services, yes. And she looked at the budget from this year and last year when Sandy was available, and she determined that $76,000 was around the amount that they used.
But we didn't take into consideration the new city attorney that's coming in. Sandy had a wealth of knowledge, our current people have, and the oncoming attorney has no knowledge of municipal law. So I'm concerned that that reduction, even as little as 10%, is not going to be enough. So I would just put a little asterisk right there, because that concerns me.
Okay. Well, the paralegal was trying to participate in the exercise.
Yeah.
And, she was looking at trends, and she obviously does not know what the current city attorney needs would be.
Okay, Counselor
Any other
Pelham?
questions?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the city attorney doesn't have any experience with whatever. I agree with the fact that she would need that line item to decide. Since it's only been 2 years that they had data to analyze, I would think since Attorney Robinson was there, then we should have at least 3 years of usage before we can determine that. So I would recommend that all legal services be left in the budget, as well as service contracts and postage as well, because if you, as you know, they took up FOIA requests from the city clerk's position, and FOIA means that they have to use more postage. She reduced it, I guess, by $450. I guess we can, that'd be okay. And then the stipend, what's the last thing? Boy, it's small. The telephone, I have a question about telephone usage. Is that, Mr. City Manager, a cost that you divide for the system that we have as a city? Why does everyone, I can't remember your answer one time, but what was the answer that everyone budgeted a certain amount? Is that something that's given?
So the telephone, fax, and video line item historically has been used for the telephones when we had analog. So every department had a phone bill. But now that the phones are fax, what that line item really represent, in addition to the fax and fax costs that every department have. It additionally represents paper that is being printed for each department. That's just the only line item that finance has determined to charge. Every department has a charge code for using the printer. And whenever they put in their department charge code, the printing services, the printing costs are charged to that line item.
For
So,
faxes.
well, it should no longer say, video or faxes, but it's a generic identification, but it includes other things other than phone and fax and video. It also includes those who have internet, Wi-Fi services, like certain departments have to have internet services in their cars to perform their jobs, like development and their inspectors. Those costs will also go to that line item. So it possibly can be reduced based on their charges historically, but it doesn't necessarily identify phone, fax, and video. There are other charges that are associated in that line item.
And also in that office, I believe that anything to do with associated memberships, books and subscriptions should also be retained in the budget and not decreased.
I think the books and subscription, again, it's one of those services that's just misplaced, it's not properly identified. That line item consists of a subscription to, I think, legal law library that they have to use to, Westlaw.
Westlaw. It's a requirement.
It's
So
a
what I'm
requirement.
saying- So why should decrease? That shouldn't be decreased, is what you're saying, correct?
Again, she
She may not, does she know that?
just may not,
Yeah, so I'm saying we need to leave that.
I would suggest
I got
leaving
it.
it there.
Okay.
And then, of course, your furniture, I don't think they need that. And potentially, we probably need to leave travel in her budget because there is one annual something that they have to go, I don't know if they have to go to it or not, but she's new in the field, so it'd probably be good if she did go to at least the first one this year, in my opinion. Before we make a final decision. That's all I have.
Okay, well, Counselor Randolph has another question.
Actually, I'm sorry, I have a point of information. I'm a little confused, and I'm looking to council to help me. I have in front of me the most up-to-date that Dr. Manker and Mr. Byerly did. And the issue that I have is that we are approximately $2 million short in our budget per the finance director's information. And we asked for 10% cuts, which came to a grand total of just over $1 million, which still puts us short. So I'm not quite sure what council is doing. Are we going to go through all of this to whittle away more of the $1 million that we came up with to then do what?
So, Counselor Randolph, tonight's meeting is to go through the budget. We're not talking about that right now. We're going to go through the presentation of the work session. If you have a point of information, which is a question, council really can't answer that question in a unison on dais. It has to be asked through me. And at this
Okay.
time, I feel as if there's a presentation here, and we can decide that after we're completed. We're done with the presentation. So any questions that you have can be directed to the presentation.
Okay, so.
I mean, you're
can't-
asking council to give you a
Just
consensus,
trying to
or it's kind of like a
understand.
voting
Yeah,
thing, so.
Understand,
Yeah.
but we don't have, I guess I was asking what I understand to go through the budget, but what's the point of going through the budget if it's not gonna bring us anywhere near to the deficit, filling the deficit?
Well, we don't, this is something that was asked for. This is Vice Mayor Parton's work session.
Okay.
This is what was asked for. The work session is to go over what the questions were at the last budget meeting with Mr. Terry, because we didn't have all that information we needed. So this is Vice Mayor Parton's meeting. We're here to hear a presentation, and then we're gonna go from there, depending on what Vice Mayor wants to do.
Okay, thank you.
So that ends my presentation for the city attorney department, and from, what I understand.
There's a point of order on the floor.
I just want to get, just me. I know people are going to be upset, but in order for us to hear the work that was put into this, I really think we should hold questions until you are finished. If not, we are not going to be able to get through all the departments. So,
There was a vote.
There was a vote, yeah.
to do, that's so stupid,
Before you
sorry.
got here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That-
You can
Okay,
ask
never mind.
again.
I just don't think we're going to get through it.
I can ask council to wait until
got 12
one of the
hours.
departments is through, and then we can ask our questions then.
Yeah.
Would that be more appropriate?
We have 12 hours.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, please.
We have 13 hours.
Any more questions for the city attorney's department?
I don't see any lights. Thank you very much.
So,
Mayor,
there are no
Do
changes.
you have a question?
it's not about that, it's just about the process. Could we, once we have the questions answered, I know after she finishes with one department, could we all reiterate what we hear is gonna happen? Because I think Ms. Pelham wanted everything kept in.
Right.
So
Not
that's
everything.
kind of the process. I mean, is that what we're gonna do, just so that everybody's clear what we're doing with that?
Vice Mayor,
Because,
this is his meeting.
yeah, I gotcha. But I'd
Vice
like,
Mayor, I
I'm
will-
just trying
I
to
will
get
leave-
clarity on
yeah.
what we're doing and how we're doing it.
So the reason I called this meeting is we were given these budget cuts, and instead of having this discussion tomorrow, which is the very last day that we can do this, we need to have some sort of idea of what type of action we're going to have for the resolution tomorrow. So that way we can actually vote on this tomorrow. So, I like the idea that we, go through each section, and at the conclusion of the section, we ask our questions then.
Right.
And, we make recommendations, and then, if the majority is okay with that section, let's move on with the next section.
So everybody will make recommendations if they want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the very
Okay,
end of the
that's all I'm
section.
asking. Thank you.
So the recommendations for the city attorney is to leave the budget as is? No cuts?
No.
What's the recommended cut?
Okay, I'm gonna ask council, I'm gonna ask the city attorney, I have a point of information. Can consensus be gathered at this time?
Madam Mayor, yes, consensus can be gathered at any time.
Okay,
But I can say-
so I'm gonna go with, I'm just gonna say how many are for leaving the budget as it is for the city attorneys.
As is meaning what's on the paper?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as is with the 10% cuts.
Any other questions? How many are there that said,
I'm in
10%.
favor with the 10% cuts.
okay?
I'm not, I think we, again, what I said earlier, we should put back in the, travel dues associated, any subscriptions back into the budget, whatever those things I said, service contracts.
Okay.
If we're all talking about what we're, consensus is, I have to agree that we had somebody that really may not have understood the whole concept of what is needed and what's gonna happen in that department, so I can't go along with these budget cuts either.
If I heard her correctly, outside legal services replenish that, service contracts replenish that, postage because of FOIA replenish that, travel because of the association and training replenish that, and then the membership and dues replenish that. That's not all of the 10% cuts, but that is the ones that was mentioned for her to do her job. Is that?
Books and subscriptions.
Books and subscriptions.
Books and-
Books and
Sorry, instead
subscriptions,
of dues and association, it was books and subscriptions. So
And conferences and
outside
conventions.
legal services, service contracts, postage, convention and conferences, and then books and subscriptions. Was that correct?
Yeah,
And I guess asked if there was a consensus for that.
I would have to agree. I would like to continue to remove the furniture, fixtures, and equipment from, I would say okay to that. I think the deduction was 5,400. Am I looking at the right line?
600.
So basically, keep
Oh,
the
600.
deductions minus those categories I just named. So keep the deductions minus outside legal services, service contracts, postage, conferences, and books and subscriptions.
Yeah,
Who's gonna be responsible for recording this? Is Molly gonna do the math for us, or?
are you making a note?
I'm making notations.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Just wanna make sure somebody is.
I would like to say if she has to attend a conference for whatever reason, she would have lodging, whether she flies or
All
drives.
that will be included. Don't take it off.
That, okay, so, but that was not mentioned, I'm sorry.
I mean, but anything related to conferences, you gotta add that back in.
Uh-huh, okay.
Do you want to add the $50 back in for meals? So when they
Give
go.
us for travel.
Yes, ma'am.
And just as a matter of process, the course of the conversation indicates there is not consensus with respect to the budget cuts or reductions proposed in the city attorney's office as presented. And it might be that you would indeed want to solicit a motion so that members can speak specifically or vote specifically on that motion. Because typically consensus indicates no one disagrees. And then, but they have to indicate whether they're disagreeing with a particular position. For instance, does everyone agree that the proposed budget cuts presented regarding the city attorney's office be accepted as presented?
No.
Any objection to that? And then if no one objects, you've got consensus. That's not what you build, what you have going on here. So this lends itself more properly to an actual motion. You are actually taking actions tonight with respect to each of these
Motion papers.
departmental presentations.
We could do that
Okay.
So can we make motions at this meeting?
at a work session.
Can we make a motion to make motions at a meeting? Can we make a motion to, I'm
There's a
sorry,
point of information.
I'm sorry. Is it
We have to waive the rules.
can we waive the rules to make motions at this meeting?
You vote to suspend the rules. To suspend the rule that would limit you from taking votes at a work session.
Are you
I would like
making,
to make a motion that we waive the rules to make motions at this meeting in order that we may complete our budget by tomorrow, June the 30th.
Second, if that's a real motion.
You want to add something?
There certainly may be components of the departmental presentations where you do have consensus, but you want to solicit it by saying, is there consensus to do X specifically?
Right.
As opposed to having each person then give their position, which is
So,
indicating that there's a lack of consensus.
so if we don't get a consensus, we have to make a motion every time? Okay,
That's correct, yes.
but first,
I mean, with the understanding that you're trying to get some final positions on these matters, since you have to have them solidified to be able to take a vote on the budget tomorrow.
okay.
can you restate the motion?
The motion is to waive the rules to be able to make motions at this meeting to prepare to approve the budget by tomorrow's meeting.
Roll call?
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Councilor Pallam,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, Counselor Gore.
I make a motion that we support the city attorney department cuts with the exception of legal services, service contracts, postage, mileage, lodging, convention and conferences, meals, and books and subscriptions. I think I covered everything that was.
Dues and associated membership.
No, that's not where the LexisNexis is at.
Okay.
Mr.
Counselor,
Ottman, right, you said, I had the other way, you said switch it.
Yeah, so, yeah, the law library and LexisNexis isn't, the dues and associations will be her membership
Right.
into LGA and
Right.
any, if there's a national one. I think in Dr. Maker's explanation earlier, some of that was coming out of the phone area for that, with the support of the law library.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Best, can you please restate the motion?
I was actually going to ask Counselor Gore if she could just give me, I know you said legal services, postage, mileage, conferences, books.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Legal services, service contracts, postage, mileage, lodging, convention and conferences, meals, and books and subscriptions.
Got it. Thank you. Want me to repeat the motion now?
Just restate it, yes, for the record.
Motion to support the city attorney's budget cuts with the exception of legal services.
I said budget cuts with.
Budget cuts, okay. With the exception of legal services, postage, mileage, service contracts, lodging, conferences and conventions, meals, books, and subscriptions.
Okay, I don't see any lights, roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, members of council would like to move on to the city clerk's budget. Ms. Molly Best is here. If she would like to present her budget, she may. If not, I think I can go through it for her on her behalf.
If you want to go through it, that would be wonderful.
Okay, again, following the trend, the first 20 lines or so, directors cannot touch. Ms. Molly Best's budget is $207,000, $100,000 actually, but her operating budget is $15,100. She has presented some cuts. I think these cuts were all already reduced when the city manager went through the exercise of reducing our budget the first round, which was in April. This is really just a presentation of what she has already reduced in her budget. And so she reduced her budget by 2.3%, which equal to $6,450,000.
I am trying to, I can answer any questions you guys have.
I'm fine with these cuts. I mean, is there consensus?
If you have a question, please show your light. All right, Vice Mayor Parton.
I'm fine with these cuts. Is there a general consensus amongst council to move forward with these?
We have to take action,
I thought you just said if,
Consensus, you don't have to,
yeah.
preparing the budget for.
If there's a consensus, you don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
you don't have to do a motion.
I'm okay with it.
Anyone opposed, maybe we should ask that question.
Does anyone oppose?
I have a question first.
There is a question on the floor. Counselor Randolph.
You said that the cuts that are in Ms. Bess's are the cuts that were already done for the current budget? Then I'm fine with it.
Next department.
Okay, we're golden.
Two down.
CSA.
The next department budget. Next department is CSA. Ms. Brown is not here today. She has presented her budget. Give me 1 second. Just 2 pages here. She has a total operating budget of $293,853 and some change, but her operating budget is really $25,066.26. She has indicated that she can cut 12% of her operating budget, and she reduced it by $3,226.
And what is that line? Oh.
And she reduced that from the service contract area line item. She reduced it down from 10,926 to a total of 800,000. And I think the reason why she
10,000.
reduced it is because she has a few items under contract. One being her copier that's rented. I mean, she pays a monthly charge on that, and it equals up to right at $8,000. So she cannot void that contract. She can't reduce it any further.
Question. Okay, Counselor Gore and then Counselor Cullum.
All right, a few questions. I'll just start with the latter. We said last budget cycle to put everything IT related under you, that's universal in the city. Why would she have a separate printer contract when it should be consolidated under your department?
Well, because the contract hasn't ended, it was pre-existing.
But is there a plan to stop that and consolidate all contracts, we can get a lower rate and it'll be underneath you?
I'm not really sure at how much longer she has on her contract, but
I'm talking about for all departments. 'Cause
hopefully that can be a plan. We just haven't gotten to that stage of consolidating contracts. A lot of people are still within existing contracts, and so it will require us to go to every department, identify them, see where they are in the contracts before we can holistically bring them all in together.
I think that would be something we can get that, the RFP that we just did to help look at, because that's surely gotta be a cost savings there, with everybody having their own individual contract. In terms of the rental, obviously that goes to electrical and water, but I thought she was with the CSA, in the DSS's office. What is she renting? It's just her and a staff member.
Mr. Altman? Do you wanna? Mr. Terry just indicated that CSA is a non-general fund. So this amount is not coming out of the general,
Her whole budget is not coming out? So
correct?
how can she offer cuts if it's not coming out of her?
Make sure, she did not know
Mr. Chair,
that.
So she didn't even know that she wasn't funded by us? Okay, that's
She-
telling, but,
It's not yet, her budget is not included as part of the general fund, it's a separate fund in the budget.
so is this valid that she's cutting something?
she can't if it doesn't come from us.
Right.
I guess next department.
So we didn't know that when we asked her either, right?
Can I
Right.
can I ask a question? What fund is she funded by?
That would be a Mr. Terry's question, or,
There's actually, in the budget resolution, there's a CSA fund, and I can't remember which fund
Can you
number it
speak louder,
is,
please?
but it's there.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, in the operating budget, we have the general fund, but there's a fund for CSA. I can't remember what fund number it is off the top of my head, but there's a separate, when you look at the budget resolution, there's a separate item for CSA. Fund 15, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Fund 15.
Fund 15, thank you. Development Department.
Okay, so we move into Development Department. We have Mr. Chris Ward. He's the acting interim director there. And I will turn the mic over to him to answer questions.
Good evenings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I took to heart your request to cut up to 10%.
He's speaking to Mike, please.
You can move it
And
up. You can lift the whole microphone up and put
I
it.
got you. Is that better?
Lift it up.
So with our budget, and first of all, this, I did not put together this budget. This was done prior to me taking the interim director position. But when going through it, we were able to cut out travel and related travel costs for, our department is 4 divisions. It's planning, code, GIS, and rental inspection. So we cut out the travel and travel-related expenses for 3 of the 4 divisions. I left it in for code because they have required annual certifications that they have to, classes they have to attend. So that totaled about, I think that's $10,040. And then the 2 large items would be cutting grass and trash and debris removal for those folks who are cited for tall grass and trash and debris. And if they don't clear the property within the stated amount of time, the city actually hires contractors to perform that task, and then the property owner is billed. The second program, that's $50,000. My understanding is historically, the city actually spends more than that each year. And so money is often transferred into that line item to cover it for the fiscal year. I think historically, it's been around $60,000. The other large item is spotlight demolitions. That's the demolition of properties that are placed on the city spotlight list. That's a $40,000 budget.
Councilor Randolph and then Councilor Pelham.
I definitely can't go for us cutting, the grass cutting, clearing of trash and debris, and the spotlight demos, because 4 years ago, when we talked to citizens, the one thing that they wanted us to do overall with everything was to make Hopewell look better. And while I understand that's huge savings, I can't vote for this. Mr. Altman, can you tell me where the transfer of money for the grass cutting when it exceeds the budget given, which I understand, Chris, it does every year, just about where that comes from?
Typically, we identify funds at the end of the year within the department to cover the overage costs, to move it
Okay.
and move it to that line item.
Okay, so you look at overages from other departments?
No,
Okay.
No.
money within the Department of Development that hasn't
Okay.
been spent.
That
So
makes sense, okay.
Whether it's
Gotcha.
a travel line item or something, at the end of the year, when we know what we're gonna be over, we try to cobble that together as much as possible and move that there. If let's just say there's not enough money, then that's typically when we would go to the contingency line item
Okay.
of the budget to cover any overage.
And, Mr. Ward, the person that's in your department to do rental inspections, is that part of code?
She's what we would consider our fourth division.
Okay,
So there's
so you're
planning.
cutting any training for that division?
There was no travel budgeted for that position.
Okay.
So I didn't take it out because it wasn't there.
Okay, but that person's fairly new, within a year and a half. Is there
That's
more
correct.
training that she has to do, or anything that, for certifications to keep that up?
I am not aware of any
Okay.
certifications that she needs to obtain.
Okay, thank you.
I did want to also comment that in the finance budget cut analysis, there was a combo building inspector position that was identified at $65,650.16. That position has not been vacant for 12 months. There was a person in that position last summer. He did not last very long in the position. The department repeatedly advertised to fill the position. We had difficulty identifying persons who were qualified to fill it. We finally did identify a person to fill that position. And an offer, he's been interviewed and an offer has been made to that individual to fill that position. So I would submit that cut is not available.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Moore.
Yeah, the classes that you want to attend, are those classes virtual or they have to go away? Or can they be virtual?
I know that they were virtual during COVID. I cannot speak to whether they are going to continue to be virtual. I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure that even the inspectors know the answer because they.
Are they?
David?
If I may, some of them are required in person. I know for the building official, he has an annual training he has to go to, and it is in person. Also, if I may address, when you were asking about the rental inspector, she was required to get the property maintenance certification. I think we gave her
Talk to the
a
mic,
year
Dave.
or 18 months.
Talk in the mic.
Yeah, so she does need that, and I think that training will come out of, that money will come out of the training that's in building, and code, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I do agree with the grass cutting situation. However, is there any way, Mr. Terry or Mr. Altman, the monies that, if we get monies back from grass cutting, is there anyone that follows up to see if the money will go generally back to the general fund, correct?
Yes.
So is there any way that those monies can be reciprocated to this department, or is it just have to go back through the process of us,
Have them, what you're talking about is when the money comes in, when we do receive it, have it assigned a
Back to the-
revenue account towards that, and then assigned back to the expenditure
Appropriate,
account.
yes.
Yeah, we can look at that.
that is something you can do? Because that would be a way that that money can be, it'll stay at the 60,000. You won't ever go, hopefully, to a zero balance. And the same thing for any department to charge fees or get reimbursement for any type of fees.
I applaud your enthusiasm, but I don't,
Normally don't-
the flow back of money is usually right, I mean, that's why we go over, it's usually rather slow, but I don't disagree with the thought process, absolutely. If there's money that comes back that could help, because that helps us cut the next yard,
Right.
but
you normally don't get it.
Typically, it's hard getting people to pay.
So is there any way, Ms. Attorney, that we can do that other than when they sell their land, we get reimbursed? Or that too costly, I guess, to take them to court, right?
We have
Because
been.
it's the same people, I bet any amount of money.
What we have been doing is placing a lien on the property
Right.
when it comes in, and they're supposed to, we should be collecting, if I'm not mistaken,
Text.
well, tax time, when they're
tax
paying
time.
real estate taxes, then
Oh,
the
yeah,
lien
that
should be, the
reduces
lien
it,
should be
yeah.
paid, yeah.
And can we make a list in the paper so that we can put their names in the paper so to let people know that these are people that are delinquent with their taxes as well?
You have to increase his advertising budget.
Well, so I don't want to speak out of turn for our treasurer, but I think, I don't know if we've done it recently, but I believe that we have the ability to put a list of people in the paper that, whether it's personal property or real estate taxes that are delinquent, and I know it had been done in the past, and I'm not sure if we've done it recently, but she's shaking her head over there, so, yeah, we can, so.
Yeah, I mean, I might get someone who this
pay.
incentive to get their name out of the paper. It might be mine, but it's still not to keep it so, that type of thing.
I would just say that I think that probably worked really well when we had the Hopewell News,
Yes,
but now that not everyone takes the progress, so.
yeah.
But you
Put it
could,
on Facebook,
Well-
Ms. Foster. I'm joking.
I was gonna say, we probably could post it on our webpage. You know, 'cause
Yeah.
if you're advertising it, you could probably put it on the webpage just as easily, and that wouldn't cost us an ad, so.
So, yeah, the only, again, just the grass cutting money needs to stay there. Everything else, I agree with.
Counselor Gore?
Can you explain the management consulting services again? It says planning consultant under contract until planner position is filled. So once that position is filled, that 45,000 won't be needed necessarily?
It won't be needed to pay for the contract employee because that she'll go away once the senior planner position or the director position is solidified and the planner position is either filled or refilled. Historically, I did speak with the previous director about that line item specifically, and she used it frequently for. Oftentimes, we do have consultants that
Yeah,
we do
that's what I
hire
said,
every
the
year to do.
plans and stuff that we do.
Exactly.
That's what that is, okay.
And it was a source of, oftentimes it was a source of these funds that would cover the overages on the grass cutting and the demo as well.
Yeah, that's what I was
So,
gonna figure out, because I was just, you have the highlight to keep it, yes, that's what I was trying to confirm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
My other question is, under the last page, rental inspection total is 141. What are you proposing to reduce with that? The whole program?
On rental inspection?
On the back it's red, the last page.
I think that's the total for all 4 divisions.
Okay, so there's no cut in rental inspection.
I did not offer any cuts in rental inspection.
Okay, so what was the first program that you said? I have grass cutting, I have spot blight, what was the first one then?
I talked about eliminating travel and travel-related costs associated with planning and GIS.
Okay.
Keeping it for
Non-credential
code.
related travel. Okay.
Correct.
My last question is, this is for Dr. Manker.
Dr. Manker?
Dr. Manker, Ms. Gore has a question.
It's okay. And what you have prepared for us, the position that Mr. Ward is talking about, the combo, that's not cut in yours, is it?
So the exercise that I completed was just a cut from the departments. Mr. Terry was looking at the environment on a holistic view. So he looked at things like vacant positions. He also looked at other items such as outside agencies, the manager's contingency fund, and the assistant city manager's position. So my contributions were strictly the departments, themselves.
Operational budget?
Yes.
Okay, so with these cuts, it does not touch his salary, that's when we talk to Mr. Terry, but it should stay, because you already offered someone a position, I just wanna make sure it's not cut in this. So if I understand correctly, that maybe a motion can be made to support the cuts presented with the exception of tall grass and spot blight demolition.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, second.
I'm abstaining from this vote due to a conflict of interest. I have filed it with the city clerk. I don't see any lights. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett.
I
Oh,
abstain.
I'm sorry, you abstained, I'm sorry. Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Engineering Division. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'm abstaining for a personal conflict of interest. Ms. Bess, personal conflict of interest. Okay. Oh, Mr. Anderson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. We are the engineering division, and I just want to start off by saying we are a division of Public Works. Mr. Watson's here. He's going to get up in a few minutes and talk about the Public Works accounts, which they have several divisions, but this is specifically the engineering division within Public Works. And I want to start off with the salaries, and Dr. Manker started off her presentation saying, don't touch the salaries, you know, highlighting them in blue. And I'm going to ask you to forget that for one moment, and we're going to touch the salaries. We had a very unique transition mid-year. We had 2 employees retire, one of which had 15 years of service and one had 36 years of service. They were both VRS 1 employees, and we have since backfilled the city engineer with my promotion. We've hired an engineering tech, and we've offered a construction manager that's going to be starting in 2 weeks. And we have a really good picture of what our salary payroll burden is going to be going forward into FY23. We didn't know so much in April when you saw this the first time, and now we have a clear picture. So we've adjusted the full-time salaries, the VRS benefits, and I didn't mess with any of the other ones. I think the health insurance is going to go down a little bit, but I wasn't really sure about that, so I left those alone. So that's the largest part of our savings is related to that. And again, that was a one-time occurrence that's going to carry forward. The next budget cuts that we're offering are postage. We've used this just a few times since I've been here in 7 years. We do mail out letters sometimes for the Transportation Safety Board. It's very rare. If we do mail out letters for a project, we can charge that to the project if it's VDOT or federal funded. So we have other ways to pay for postage if we need to. And of course, we're just like every other department, we're using technology more and more. We're using surveys, online surveys, and Facebook and city manager newsletter and other digital means to get the communication out. We have offered to cut the convention and conferences line item completely. Reviewing the motion from last week, it suggested that it would be for only required travel. We mainly use this to go to the VDOT Local Assistance Program Conference. It's in the fall of every year. We drive our city vehicle to it. It's in Virginia Beach, Norfolk, or Roanoke. We've never had a mileage, travel, public transportation, or lodging line item, and of course, we had nothing to cut there. So yeah, we also will attend some local conferences like the Virginia Asphalt Association or the Central Virginia Transportation Alliance, and those are in Richmond. Those are $40, $50 for a morning session. So we've offered to cut all of that. We've offered to cut our $300 dues and association memberships and our $300 books and subscriptions. Total is $25,676.19, and it's just under 5% total budget cut. Do you have any questions? Oh, and let me mention one thing. We also oversee 2 capital accounts, the VDOT project match account and the pavement management account. We're not offering to cut either one of those as they are infrastructure. And we don't have any service contracts in the typical sense, but we do have 2 very important recurring expenses. That's our Virginia 811 program. The way that works is anyone that wants to dig in the city of Hopewell calls 811. It's a dispatch center. They dispatch it out to us, and we go and mark the sanitary sewer and the storm sewer. It's a utility protection. Every locality in the state participates in it. It's about $1 per ticket, so it can cost anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000 a year. That comes out of our management consulting services. And then we also have a software program called Polaris which allows us to view those tickets on our phone, on our laptop, on our computer, get text messaging, and that's about $3,000 a year that also comes out of our consulting management services. They're monthly expenses. We can turn them off at any time. Of course, it would increase the risk for the city to do so. So we're not offering that up. And then I know you guys have asked about management consulting services. I'll do a dive into that. The largest expense out of that is our bridge inspection program that we have to do every 2 years. We have 3 bridges in the city that we inspect: the East Broadway Bridge, the River Road Culvert, and the 6th Avenue Bridge. The other bridges are either maintained by VDOT or, in the case of the Railroad Bridge near City Point, that's maintained by the railroad. So those are the largest expenses that we have outside of salaries. As you can see from our division, most of our budget is salaries and benefits. It's about 88%. So we're offering a pretty substantial cut out of what we can cut, which is the operating.
Counselor Moore?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask, if you can poll for a consensus so we can move to the next department.
I can hear you.
Is there a consensus to?
Yeah. Yes, for me.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Does anyone
keeping this.
object to this proposal? No? All right, moving on, thank you. Fire Department.
Madam Mayor, members of council, as you'll notice, I apologize for getting my stuff in late. I was on vacation last week. But as I went through, when I got back, did another dive into the budget again. I did some calculations on the percent of the budget that I can actually really do anything about. And my findings were that 93.25% of my budget is something that really, there's not really anything that I can do with. That includes salaries, it includes maintenance of the vehicles, it includes utilities, things like paying for the water hydrants in the city. All those things amount to 93.25% of my budget. And then with that remaining 6.75%, that includes also a lot of contracts that are required for us as far as software that we use for doing our EMS reporting. It includes our maintenance of a lot of software programs that we use to communicate with dispatch. It also includes internet services. It includes basically a number of things that are also really outside of our control. And that leaves us with really probably about 3% of our total budget that is what you might consider discretionary, which really, and that includes training, which we right now have arguably the youngest and most inexperienced department in our history. So we are obviously need to be investing in training right now. We definitely do not need to be pulling back from training with the inexperience of our department. So I really had nothing that I felt comfortable recommending as a cut. The only thing that I did have is the city recently entered into a contract for web services, which includes Civic Ready, which is a communication platform. We've always used Code Red for about 15 years or so. We've used Code Red to communicate with our citizens. Civic Ready can do a similar function. In the past, we've always paid about $15,000 a year for that service. The current Civic Ready service that we have needs a few upgrades in order to really be able to do some of the same things that Code Red can do, which costs about another $5,000, which is outside of the contract that the city already paid for, so that would need to come out of my budget. But that leaves about $10,000 remaining in that contract line that we could offer up as a savings for next year if we remained with Civic Ready and paid for the additional upgrades and used that for our emergency communication platform rather than Code Red. And that's really all that I have to offer. If you have any questions about any of my lines here, I'd be more than willing to explain those to you.
Counselor Moore?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this over with. So I see that you have increase in vehicle and equipment gas. Is this for fuel for them, for the vehicles?
Yes.
So you asked for an increase, and you're aware that in this budget, we said that people can't take home vehicles anymore. So is that still going to be to have an increase?
So again, so when I did this, all I did was I took the original budget, the request that I submitted to the city manager earlier in the year, and then just added, so you can see what I requested. Obviously, if you cut it, you cut it. It is what it is.
No, my question is, you asked for an increase in that line item for gas originally.
Right, that's based on the last several
Correct.
years we've gone over every year.
Correct, and I said, with this motion, we said no more cars going home.
Okay.
So wouldn't
that
the
applies to
increase need to,
So you're saying that applies to public safety as well?
we said all vehicles?
We need to probably consider that.
Yeah, so that's my
Now, we need to
question.
reconsider that, because oh, go ahead, not my turn.
So I'm not prepared to answer what kind of cost breakdown that would, how that would change the cost of our fuel. Obviously, it would go down. I understand that.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know
I'm not trying to
by
ask
how
for a number.
much.
I guess your increase would be irrelevant then. Maybe what it was before, because the mileage would go down, the usage would go down.
Perhaps.
Perhaps keeping it level.
But I would also argue that that's not a very good idea.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it's in your best interest that the folks that take vehicles home, there's a reason for that.
Okay,
It's
can you
not
share,
just-
because we weren't here.
Sure, absolutely. So you got to understand that we're a very small department. Okay, so a normal house fire, we take 13 people to a house fire. Okay, the NFPA national standard is 17. 17 is supposed to be the minimum that we take to a plain house fire. All right. If we have a chemical leak, we take 13 people. The minimum standard is 28. If you go the same exact plane, a similar plane across the river in Chesterfield is going to get 33. Okay. Yesterday was a perfect example. We had a tractor trailer tanker hit by a rail car, a locomotive. We were blessed that it was empty. It happened to be empty. If it was full, that would have been a serious emergency that we're going to try to deal with 13 people. If that happens at night, the reason why we have people with take-home vehicles is so that we can respond to the scene and assist with mitigating that incident. Because we don't have the extra folks that, say, a Chesterfield or a Henrico or any of the other jurisdictions that have big industry like we do, can pull from another part of the county and just bring a lot of extra folks. So we have people that take these vehicles, and this isn't something that we just do in Hopewell. This is across the board. If you go to any locality, this is what you're going to see happen. Is your fire marshals, your battalion chiefs, your anybody that has that kind of rank that can help with management of an incident is going to have a take-home vehicle so they can respond into the incident and assist with mitigating it.
So this is what this work session is for us to be able to ask questions, get clarity. Thank you for giving us the clarity, so now we know.
Absolutely.
When we talk about this exception, probably public safety, but everybody else probably still stand. But it makes that clear. My other question I have is, for your first line in the blue for the salary, I'm confused about what your write-up is saying, because it's very hard to read the printout.
Oh, so again, this was my original request that I sent to the city manager. So I assume with where we are that that's kind of a moot point. If you want me to talk about it, I'm welcome to.
No, that's what I'm saying, I can't read it.
Oh, okay, so that was just my request for funding for a deputy chief, is what that was.
And it was.
The deputy chief that was approved back in
And that number,
2015.
because even the copy we have in here is still hard to read, you can see on the screen. So is that 90,000 or is that 50,000?
That's 90,000, and that doesn't include, so there's a separate budget worksheet that includes the benefits. So that 90,000 is just the salary part. There would be additional costs associated with the benefits.
So if I understand you correctly, you're not offering any cuts because of how your department is structured. So would that mean that this position is still included in your?
No, I don't, it was not included in the budget.
It's
No,
not
ma'am.
included in
We
the
have
budget?
$2 million shortfall. We didn't add.
Well, I mean, it's on the paper, that's why I'm asking the
Right.
question. It's not highlighted like the other ones are, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, it wasn't,
I
it
thought we were
wasn't
not supposed to
included in the
touch
budget that was presented to
What the other
council.
ones did. So it's not in here?
That is
Okay.
correct, it is not.
Okay, do you understand my question? Because everybody else
Yeah.
has cut
No,
on it,
yeah,
and
it's
this
not-
is
it's not
sitting here and
included.
doesn't say anything.
No, I understand, yeah, it's not included. And,
Okay.
and there's another one down when I also asked for an EMS captain position, and that's also not included.
And can you show us where that is so I can mark it out on my paper?
So that's down under, the EMS budget, so if you look at the second page, a little over halfway down, you see EMS, and, you see 61,936. Is the top
okay.
line, and that's also not included.
That's also, okay. Thank you. I'll just wait for anyone else has questions, but I'm fine with what you have presented. Thank you for the clarification.
I don't see any questions or lights.
Anyone
Can I
object?
ask for a consensus to, or any,
Is there consensus?
or any opposed?
Any
am.
objections to
I am.
what's?
You have an objection?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'd
so
like
we
to
do-
make the motion that we approve this part of the board, his recommendation as stated.
Second.
Can you please state the recommendations for the record? Chief, excuse me.
So my recommendation was to cut $10,000 from a contracts line under the emergency management budget, and we will eliminate the Code Red contract.
Eliminate what?
The Code Red contract?
Oh,
No, I don't want
I'm
that.
sorry, we didn't hear that. This is just so we didn't
And
hear
the
that.
cars, and also,
We'll be replacing it.
there's also and also the cars, we did talk about being able to take the cars home.
I think we,
And did you guys, I'm just want to be clear, his recommendations,
is to leave the
was
cars, I agree.
not only that,
And to
the
cut
deputy chief and the EMS captain.
It's already cut, so I guess the motion would be to support the fire department's budget with the cuts already provided, with the exception of Code Red, and then allowing them to take their cars home.
So no, so we can eliminate that, like I said, Civic Ready will replace Code Red. So
So will
we'll
they do
still
the
have.
same thing?
Yes, ma'am. So
So
we'll take
that's
$5,000 from the 15 that we spend on Code Red. We'll add that to pay for some add-ons to Civic Ready, and we'll use Civic Ready in place of Code Red, and that'll save the city
Now,
$10,000.
what is Civic Ready now? What is it, just being idle, or are we paying for both?
Well, it's a communication platform that was part of the web services contract that was recently done to change the website, to update
So
the
it actually
website.
increases our productivity and utilizes everything. So if I hear you correctly, you already have the cuts of those two positions, so we don't have to talk about that. That comes with Michael Terry later. So basically, all we're saying is supporting your 10% cut for the service contracts and then allowing your department to take cars home.
Not 10%, $10,000.
$10,000 cut from management consulting services and then allowing fire to take their cars home.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Ms. Bess, did you get that? Okay, can you restate?
To support the fire department budget with the cuts, with the exception of the management consultant services, and to allow vehicles to be driven home.
No. To accept the fire department's budget with cuts previously surrendered.
With cuts previously,
Surrendered.
okay?
And to cut the management consulting by $10,000 and allow vehicles to go home. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually contracts, the contracts line.
Contracts line.
And also restate the thing about code, the new contract. Would that
That's
cover?
what that is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so can we just, let me make sure I got this motion correct. Support the fire department budget cuts previously surrendered and cut, I can't read my own writing,
Contracts line.
the contracts by $10,000 and all vehicles to be allowed to go home. Okay.
That just covers what you wanted, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You
Roll
ready?
call.
Okay. Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
No.
Motion passes.
You forgot Ms. Holloway.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
you're so quiet. Motion passes 5-1.
HR Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, I'm here today to present the HR department. The HR department has a budget of $411,000, but their operating budget is $77,000. They had some really steep cuts at 16%. However, I liked
Oh, okay.
the HR administrator, which is the number 2 person in the HR department. She actually went through the budget herself to identify where some of these cuts were, and she notated in the notes area what she thought that she could cut, and then it's outlined here for you guys to review today. She would also like for me to express to you guys that she has the Vision Committee and the Wellness Committee in her department. And those committees offer benefits to our employees to help reduce their health insurance, and it provides incentives to our employees. And so down here in the notation, she says, these provide incentives for employees to take their health in conjunction with local choice, which is our benefits administration. This line pays for a premium reduction to our employees, biometric screening for the John Tyler nurses, the 5K walk, and etc. This line item is also used for employees' incentives to boost employee morale, such as employee luncheon, ice cream social, Easter egg hunt. And this line combined costs for employees service award. And the employees service award is where we give awards to employees who have been here providing services on a 5, 10, 15, and 20-year basis. So she has identified $12,650 worth of cuts, and she wanted to leave behind for the new HR director the ability to obtain her SHRM certification. There are membership dues that come along with that, but majority of her service contracts go to unemployed individuals who have retired with the city and the costs that are associated with that. So she's not in a position to cut that line item.
All right. Councilor Gore?
What did she use management consulting services for? She cut the whole amount. I mean, clearly she did this, so if she doesn't think it's necessary, but I just feel like that's the whole.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't recall but again, she's not the HR director, and I probably would recommend leaving this budget behind for the new HR director to determine what needs are needed.
Well, she's not doing the management consulting now. I mean, she's doing the operational stuff in the department. I think she would know if she had something with a vendor. I'm just concerned about if she needs to cut the whole 10,000, but that's what she offered. We can always go back. But my other question is for mileage for the SHRM. She has convention and lodging still there. So is their training all virtual? She wouldn't need to travel to go somewhere?
She indicated that particular training is an in-person training in Richmond. She reduced it by $550, so she left some behind.
No, mileage she cut completely.
Yeah, well, that's because she said in the past, this previous HR directors just used a city vehicle to drive to
up
Richmond.
there. Okay. And then for books and that's smart. And for books and subscriptions, it has $1,000 cut, but the section says 500. Is that a typo or is that,
Which one, I'm sorry?
for books and subscriptions?
It's a typo
Okay.
on her part, yeah. It's $500.
Okay.
She just cut out the entire books and subscriptions line item.
Okay. That's all I had.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, and I would say, for all the departments as well, I think we should consider, if we take it out, I think all the departments should know that if they find in the middle of the year, whatever, we need to reconsider that. No one should be bashful enough not to come back and say, we need this money. So if she does need the consultant contract, then she would have the ability to come through her city manager and request those funds. So I would suggest to agree with what she says. When the new HR person comes on board, then readdress it at that time. Would be for all the departments out there. Y'all don't be bashful. Closed mouth don't get fed.
Mr. Altman?
To
March.
piggyback on your point regarding that line item, Ms. Smith indicates that there's been $8,000 left in that line item consistently in years past, and that's why she recommended the cut.
Okay. Thank you.
But if we deal with the typo, the total cut would be $12,150.
Yes.
It'd be what?
$12,150.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't see any of my lights. Is there any opposed to these cuts?
Yeah.
Is there any opposed? Vice Mayor Parton?
I move that we adopt the cuts as presented, with the exception of the typo that was given.
Second, for the HR department.
Yeah.
And I would clarify if you're fine with the friendly amendment, instead of saying typo given, say,
The books and
Books and
subscriptions.
subscriptions.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you need me to repeat?
Yeah, just
it?
restate it for the record.
The motion is to adopt the HR budget cuts as presented, with the exception of the typo of books and subscriptions from $1,000 to $500.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, the Hopewell water renewal. Jared here. Anyone here to do that?
We got finance,
Yeah, okay. Where's that?
finance next.
No, but it's just, it is.
Sure is next, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Are we doing finance?
Good evening, council. Good evening, council. I'm going to do a clarification from the mic. I think this got included probably in error. You all had a meeting yesterday, so this is not submitted as, it just got blended in with the packet with information that I was sharing with the IT director, but you all had a meeting, I understand, with, between the council and the commission. So there's no cuts or anything related to this, is what I want to say on that, okay?
For the department's operational budget, they didn't offer anything,
As far as,
like the other departments?
It's an enterprise.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm, okay.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
an
so the answer is
enterprise
no.
fund.
Right.
All right.
And then the discussion yesterday was with regard to capital. And so I think the 1.8 here reflects the removal of the building
Yeah.
right,
and the capital
Okay.
piece.
Okay.
okay, all right. Okay. On the summary worksheet that was submitted to you, finance had gone through and looked at what we could reduce, and
Give me-
similar to
Give us
what.
One second, Mr. Terry. We see the Hopewell Water, and we have the finance department, we don't have any backup documentation.
It's on the next page.
It's on the next page.
Where?
Hopewell Water renewal.
Turn the page. Finance service contracts, I think it's at.
I don't
I don't
actually
have
see it
anything.
either.
I don't have
The ne-
anything.
The next one.
One more after
Oh,
this.
on the
Yeah.
back, it's service.
Yes.
contract.
Oh, on the
Yes.
back of it.
Yes.
On the back of,
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see, okay.
So the department only had service contracts to reduce?
No, I'm here to present to you that the service contract, the way we put this together was to make sure that you would know what the itemization on the service contract. And the 54,000 is broken down. The ClearGov is $10,000, and that's where we will use this year, coming up, a more cloud-based, electronic base. And so the goal in that is to be able to get a budget book out sooner than we normally take through October. And we've been working with the firm on that. The Manatron is a ProVal, and that's 25,000. And if I didn't mention on the ClearGov is 10,000. And the remaining three items I'm going to discuss is related to the assessor's office. 25,000 on the Manatron, and the Pectrometer International, that's also $11,000. And then the Snyder Geospatial, that's $8,700. So the bottom three is related to the reassessor, the real estate assessor, and the top line item is related to overall the budget going automated with integrating with Munis to produce a more online kind of activity. So as far as service contracts, that's all we have. We don't have anything in terms of reduction in that. Excuse me, as far as my voice goes. When you come back to the control sheet, we had voluntarily gone through and looked at it and came back with a budget reduction of $10,700. And that is related to conventions and travel and lodging and furniture. Finance has 4 units that makes up the department. The accounting unit came out to be $33,250 for travel, convention,
Mr. Terry, do you
lodging.
have that for us?
Yeah.
Do you have that for us?
It was in front of, it was placed,
It was placed on the dais?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're all confused about what you're reading from.
Yeah, give us 1 second. Here we go. There we go.
Where is it at?
It's right here. It's a single handout that was laid here.
It says general fund.
Yeah, you have two sheets in your front. One is Consuelos working at the
Yes.
detail level. The other is,
Yeah.
I took
This just
charge.
wasn't just
No,
wasn't in the packet.
This isn't your department, this is everyone, right? This is
But-
everyone, this isn't your department, correct? What I have here is fire, every outside agency, it's not, so you don't have your department, that's what we're asking for, your department. Where is it? Where? At the top. Look down here, this is fire, that's fine.
Finance is just right here. But Councilor Randolph has a question.
It's for Mr. Terry when he's ready.
So my question is, so I guess this is your summary. I guess what I'm looking for is the same thing every other department gave us, is their whole department, and then highlighting your cuts that you're recommending. Because this is consolidated with another analysis that you did, which I hope you don't go through this because that should be later on after you go through all the departments. So unless you're saying from your department, the only thing that you're doing is conference, lodging, travel, but you don't have something separate like everyone else does.
No, I do not. I can give it to you that, again, following the format, listening to the IT director, we're salary. In other words, departments for operating budget for a department consist of personal services, that's salaries and fringes. And that is what Mrs., the IT director is indicating that that's not the cuts that we're making, as well as council talked about that. The next part of an operating budget is the non-personal services, and that's everything when you start picking up with supplies, equipment,
Yeah.
trucks, cars, that kind of thing, and travel. In my account, the majority of items that I determine are not to be cut is the audit contracts, those types of things like that, audit services. I went down deeper, and where we could make cuts at, that's what the number that you have. And we went through, and as I was about to say, in the 3 departments or the 4 departments that I have, the accounting department reduced it by 3,250. The purchasing department by 800.
Mr. Terry, Counselor Gore still has to finish her question, and then I'm going to have Counselor Randolph. So,
I can't speak for everyone, but it would be helpful to get the same thing the other departments have provided for your department with your 4 department breakouts. Because with this, I can't see the difference in what you're cutting. I see your total amount, but with them, we were able to say, okay, she gave up 1,000 when she left over this. It is helpful to see that. And then the other part is the service contracts. We did at the last meeting ask for more detail on service contracts, but it was citywide. And the reason why, and I can't speak for everyone again, but I know a majority of us felt like the service contracts that were people were excluded from this list. So the contracts we have with VML, we have not seen that.
personnel contracts.
Personnel contracts, all of the service contracts
Okay,
is what we
so-
want to see.
So there's a document that we put together, and I will have to say kind of directly, if you ask for service contracts, there's a specific code for service contracts. That's what I have provided for
Okay.
you. If you're combining other items such as management consulting, other related items that you're calling service contracts,
Service contracts.
and so that is not a service contract.
Okay, maybe we have the terminology not as the same as staff uses, but we've asked for dollar amounts and agreements. So whether it's VML, someone finance is hired to help with the audit, service contracts like this or whatever, we want a complete list.
I will get you that tomorrow, but I
So,
want to make it clear that what we provided you is the technical term, which is service contracts, object code, like that.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Randolph?
Mr. Terry, under the finance service contracts that you listed, and 2 of them were for assessment, you weren't listing those as being a savings, a cost savings. You're not getting rid of those contracts,
No.
correct? Okay, I just
No,
wanted to clarify.
All three of those,
Yeah,
the last 3 are related to real estate assessment.
right, but I just wanted to make sure that you were not giving us, that you were getting rid of any contracts.
No.
Okay, thank
No,
you.
we need all of those.
I do
Yes,
have,
sir.
thank you, I'm sorry. I do have a question for you. I actually have a comment. Mr. Terry, when we asked you to bring back service contracts meaning, when I asked you, if we don't have this, the mission will fail. If we don't have this person working in this position, the mission will fail. How many vacancies do you have in the finance department?
At this time, we don't have any.
You don't have any vacancies. And my question to you was, when we're doing audit services, I'm asking you for the contracts of these audit services. Because, number one, how much are you paying for audit services? How much are you paying, where's the dollar value for your audit services? I can see where you're giving me service contracts, but the same goes for a personnel service contract. Service contract is a service contract. What terminology do you use? If I'm saying this person from accounting, we're gonna pull this person from VML, I'm gonna give an example, pull a person from VML, to do a job, and then we're gonna pay them this much. You have an allotted amount of money to have personnel service contracts, to fill staff positions that we don't have. So my question to you, and asked you prior to this, is I needed a list of those. And I don't know why we continue to get this miscommunication. So I'm passing over the gavel, and I never do this, but I would like to go ahead and take action. I would like to make a motion that you go back to your office and provide us with the list we've been asking from you for months. And that list will include, I want you to bring back your budget that looks like everyone else's. You are in the department. I want this now,
Point of order.
tonight. I'm asking if that would be possible because we can't do it tomorrow.
There's a point of order on the floor. Counselor Randolph?
Yes, sir. I'd like to ask the city, actually, point of information, ask the city attorney if this is feasible for council to ask somebody to leave the meeting and go provide stuff and come back.
Tomorrow is the last day, point of information.
That is our problem.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
Okay, we have a
hold-
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
That's okay, just 1 second. Ms. Hudson, can you answer that point of information?
Council may certainly direct the city manager to have persons who report to the city manager provide information that council expected to receive. Though the short answer is yes, the procedure is to direct the request.
City manager.
The directive to the city manager.
Right.
Who then is to pass it on to Mr. Terry.
Okay, but in the contract, ma'am, the contract says that we can ask the city, in his contract, we can directly ask him for information. And that is in Mr. Terry's contract, in his service contract.
There's not a problem with the council, with the council as a collective action on, if you made a motion, that motion will, if it receives a second, and is passed, would be appropriate to direct Mr. Terry, whether through Mr. Altman or not, to provide the information this evening. Mr. Terry can then answer whether or not he's able to do that, but the directive is not a problem.
I pull back my motion, and I would like to ask council for their support in asking the city manager, or directing the city manager to
Can I ask a question?
have the finance manager bring back what was asked for, which is a document like this, before the meeting is over.
Just as a suggestion, Mayor, the motion would be moved that the city manager be directed to require that the information previously requested by the council from the finance department be provided this evening.
That's what I want.
Is that an accurate?
That is that's very accurate.
Second.
Ms. Hudson, would you mind just repeating the motion one more time to make sure I get it clearly?
With Mayor,
Everything.
then it's confirmation this is accurate.
Or give me the dog.
The mayor moves to that the council direct the city manager to cause the finance director to provide information as previously requested by council to inform this budget preparation process this evening. And I know I've changed that, but that's the sense of the motion.
Is this, yes, that, I'm just saying it would be this evening because tomorrow is the last day and I can't wait minutes before the next meeting to go ahead and try to pass a budget without this information.
And that motion would be kept, of course, if we need a second.
Did my motion get a second?
Yes, it was
All right.
seconded by Counselor Pelham.
Is there any lights? Counselor Gore?
I just want clarity.
Oh, you're doing it. Excuse me. This is,
Oh, my bad.
I'm so used to
Counselor
being in
Gore.
charge.
That's what I thought.
I'm so used to being in
So
charge.
just for clarity, because we just went through this whole thing about, do you want me to, Mr.
I
Terry?
can't, nobody can hear that.
Okay, so
You're asking him.
Service, so when we say service contracts, we had this conversation about what that is. So just for clarity, you're asking about typical service contracts, personnel or management contracts. Does that include like Robert Half, VML, all those other groups that help with the auditing? Okay. And then financial staff.
In
Is that
every
what you're asking
department.
about?
In every department, everything, what's your dollar value of your contracts or your service contract dollar value and those contracts that you have out, and they're outstanding.
Okay. But for tonight, you're asking him to give just the finance ones.
Is his department broken down into 4?
Mm-hmm.
And did we not ask to have that?
Yeah, we asked.
Okay, I asked for all 4 departments. Counselor, oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Mr. Terry?
Okay, so I'm listening at this, and I'll be the first to apologize. But again, obviously, I missed something in the communication, because I'm hearing that this is something that's been asked over and over again. When I've been asked for a service contract according to the coding that we have and where we are, that's what you have been getting. To now add the consulting or the accounting contracts, then this is what I'm hearing that's different. And then secondly, if you're asking for prior year, meaning or current year that we're in, that's one thing. But in the fiscal year going forward, whatever you're looking for, if I come back, you're gonna only have what we put in the budget. So I'm trying to delineate what you're looking for.
I have a point of information.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor, and this is not a discussion for outside, it's only for council. Is that correct? Mr. Terry can only, Madam City Attorney, Mr. Terry can ask a question for point of information, or does he have the opportunity to have the discussion with council?
Your description is correct. The discussion on a motion consists of questions and comments by the council. And certainly, council may allow staff to answer questions that come up during discussion on a motion. But it's also appropriate for council to limit that in whatever way it sees fit.
I say, Mayor Ben, I think at the very end he was getting ready to ask a question.
It's prior year, current year. And I think what you've been asking for is prior year, because it's not going to match his proposed budget. So if I remember what's been asked, it's mostly the prior year ones. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did that answer your question?
It answers that question, so I'm asking to rephrase. Do you want prior year and current year, and what we are having out for 23?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what you're asking for is not service contracts, but you're asking for all, I guess we would just call,
What do you call them?
I would call them auditing and professional consulting contracts.
Auditing and professional consulting contracts, are they services that are provided to the city? Is that a service?
Yes, it is.
So that would probably be the same thing. So yes, I would like those.
And the year that we're in.
Can we restate the motion so that we can hear it? Because it's in the motion.
Or 23.
He's asking me a question. Can you restate the motion?
The motion is for the mayor to move to direct the city manager to ask the finance director to provide information as previously requested by council this evening.
Say that again?
The motion is for the mayor to move to direct the city manager to direct the finance director to provide the information that was previously requested by council this evening and I guess I can add on service contracts. That wasn't in the motion, or I can add as auditing and professional service contracts, which is what Mr. Terry stated they actually were. But that was not in the original motion.
I think it's a combination of all, but that's a question for her.
All right.
Okay, I can add all of that.
Are you finished with the floor, Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
All right, Counselor Randolph?
I guess I'm just a little confused because when I asked what we were wanting to do, I was told very clearly that we were here to look at the departmental budget reductions. Now, to me, I may be misguided, but it says in the requirements of the motion that was made the other night, a 10% reduction that does not impact service contracts, public safety, and infrastructure. So now we're asking somebody, I understand that, Mayor, you feel like you should have provided us to this already, but if that has nothing to do with the budget cuts that we're supposed to be going over tonight, and that I couldn't get an elaboration on my understanding of what we were doing, then I'm not sure how this pertains either. I'm not trying to argue, I'm just bringing up that point. Thank you.
Mayor Bennett, did you want to respond, or?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay, Counselor Gore?
So I have a question and clarity. So for those watching, so I can speak to myself, when we were presented service contracts as requested, the document provided had a list of contracts, and then it said if it was essential or not, and every single one of them had a Y for yes. During the meeting, we said there's clearly stuff missing. We want to see it for all departments and truly figure out if it's essential or non-essential. So no, it wasn't in the motion because this motion was directed at the budget amendment that we wanted to see. However, direction was given to provide us with all service contracts. So I think we're mixing apples and oranges. With that said, I want to get clarity on the motion. And if I understand correctly, I'm asking this to the chair. You want to have prior year and current year service contracts, audit management services, or any other agreements within the finance department that have
And all
costs.
other agreements,
And
and
all-
all other agreements.
And all other agreements. And you said that you wanted to have the dollar sign with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I don't know who seconded that, but can that be your friendly amendment so it's clear for Ms. Bess and it's clear for Mr. Terry what you're seeking? And for all those categories, you want prior and current year.
Yes.
I think Counselor Pelham seconded that motion.
Yeah.
Counselor Gore, what was that last thing you said, prior year?
I said prior year and current year service contracts.
I got that.
I think Mr. Terry called it auditing management
I got that.
thing, and then I said on all other agreements.
Got it. But prior year and current year is the only thing I
Yes.
missed. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I also want to state before is my discussion, our contract with the finance manager clearly states that council at any time can request items and he is to provide it to us. He does not need to be through the city manager. The city manager is the project manager. And we wrote that contract so that way we could have a direct conversation with the finance manager. So, with that, I call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Excuse me, yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
I'm just waiting for the city manager.
What?
The motion was to direct you to, yes.
Well, I thought when you made your statement at the end.
Yeah, I mean, but the motion was different. I was making a point.
Okay. So, Mr. Terry, are you clear on what's being asked, the information that's being requested?
Service contracts, audit, management, consulting. I do not know what all other contracts mean.
You don't know, I can't.
Can I,
hear.
can I speak to that, or is
I can't.
all
I
other
hear.
contracts, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I had pushed my button, and I'm sure Mr. Parton can't see it, but.
Yeah, no,
I
sorry.
I wanted clarity of what was being asked, so we could, since you were gonna ask me to do it, so I knew what we were talking, so, yes, please, if you could provide clarity on what you mean by all.
So we have I guess we have a language barrier when we say service contracts, or if I say personnel contracts. But you're saying services, consulting services, right? Can I give an example so that I can be more clear? Do we pay VML?
We have a management.
Do we have a contract with VML?
We have a management services contract with them.
Okay. And they provide what type of service to us?
They provide us a individual to come here and
Personnel,
assist us.
right?
Yes.
Personnel for staffing purposes, right? Anything in all those departments that we contract out and they give us a person to do those jobs, whether they're here in this building or at another locality or in a remote place, and they're typing anything up or helping us with any type of services, which means audit, consulting, a person that comes in and has to deliver
Yeah.
to us. That's everything. So I don't know what the disconnect is here. It's personnel that we're contracting. So if we have a management service contract and they give us a person, if we have Robert Half and they give us a person, is that not personnel? It's a staffing?
Well, the
So,
way we
yeah.
classify it as a management services contract.
So it's services contract.
Well, it's a management services contract. Our contract is with VML. It's not with the individual person.
But what about the other, even though there's a management service, so we're contracting a management service or consulting so that they can give us personnel. I don't understand, am I confusing?
It's in the agreement.
Am I being confusing? If I management contract, I need the service done.
Yeah,
And you're giving me, whatever you give me, because we don't buy people, we buy services.
correct.
But you're giving me someone to staff to do this service.
Right.
I don't care if it takes 2 or 3 personnel. That service gets taken care of, and we pay for that service.
Correct.
That is what I mean by a service contract, not IT service contracts. I'm talking about staffing purposes. And I'm gonna say this because, actually saying this because we have so many vacancies. If we are using a management team to staff us, that's an employee. That could be an employee spot. So we're not even looking at those, because you're saying we don't have any vacancies. Why not? We're using services, and I'm not gonna say, but we're paying for services, but we're not paying for the employee. So don't get those two mixed up. Don't get it mixed up.
I'm not. Mr. Terry, can you get the information together for them?
I will not
Do
be
you
able-
still not understand what I asked? This is still not-
I will not be able
I have a
to.
point of information on the floor. I don't know who's chairing right
Counselor.
now. Not to cause any other problems, although we were very specific with the motion about the agreement / contract / whatever, you did ask for this budget thing. Do we need to state that in the motion? I'm not being funny. I want there to be no problems. And do you want us to include that?
Well, I mean, I want, whatever it is y'all are looking for, it needs to be clear.
Right.
So we
you
bring
need
that
to amend
back.
that motion to ask for your budget thing, so there's no confusion. I mean, that's what you're asking for, Mr. Almond, correct? I wanna make sure.
Yeah, I
Let
want
me-
to make sure we
okay.
get what you want, for
Yep.
sure.
Well, let me just,
So
every
motion-
department came in and gave us gave us what we asked for. Everybody else understood the assignment. You did not. I mean, I just don't understand why out of this, when everybody has the same format, and we just have this on a line item. Go ahead, please amend the motion.
Well, I think that, so, Ms. Hudson, there is a term that we can ask for to immediately go back and revisit a motion. I forgot the terminology, so I defer to you.
A motion to reconsider?
That's what we gotta do. Can I put a motion to reconsider?
You want to
From
reconsider
the-
the votes on the last motion? You want to?
Why don't we just make another motion?
It has to be moved from the top.
Never mind.
I would like to
never mind.
I would
Let's
like
make another
to
motion.
strike my motion.
No, we'll
You've
just make
already
another
voted, so you've
motion.
already voted and approved.
Okay.
Your motion was adopted,
That's fine.
passed.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Just do a different motion. Never mind, Ms.
You would
Hudson.
need to either reconsider or rescind.
Never mind. Vice Mayor Parton, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, why don't one of y'all just make another motion, and just put on the floor, as opposed to doing a motion to reconsider and then just redo it again.
So if I understand correctly, we're looking for contracts. So we provided the service contract information. In addition to that, you're looking for the management services contracts, regardless of whether that's contracting with VML for a person or just, because what'll come back is it'll be a contract with VML. So, or a dollar amount, because that's what we're looking at in the budget, VML, a breakdown of what that management consultant line item looks like
But not,
in the budget, because we're talking about the budget. And so it'll be a breakdown of that line item by who it is, VML,
or a single person, for
Robert
instance,
Half, right,
Mr.
whatever.
Georgia.
right, whatever it might be. And then, in addition to that, we want the departmental budget request, or what was submitted and what was presented.
And what the cut is, like everybody else has highlights their
So,
cuts.
in the cut,
I mean, we've cut personnel from the fire department.
well, no,
That's a necessity.
no, I did. I did.
Well, that's what, and we agreed to it. So that's what
Well,
I'm saying, we agreed to
yeah,
go
you-
ahead and cut that. I mean, so
You
I'm,
did, but when I presented the budget to council, the budget I presented to council didn't have either one of those positions in it.
So just for clarity, the
So-
question that you want to know is what you're getting, what we need. You got
And-
that first part right. The
Right.
second part is mimicking exactly
Right.
what the other departments have. Highlight your cuts and total your cuts at the bottom.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, and I know that the cuts from the department, if I remember correctly, were about $10,000, $11,000. And that was mainly in the travel lines outside of that. So that can be brought, but that was already included in the budget reduction. It wasn't anything that it was when I presented the budget, those reductions were already there. So we will get that budget information and we will get the contract information for you.
because we do, yeah, I just wanted to let you know, we also have, I just give you an example of human resources. They have their service contracts here, right? What it is, digital service insurance, consulting services, and the dollar value. That is what I'm asking. Do you want me to give you this so you can see an example?
If it's what was in the
Oh, yeah,
packet.
Dr. Manker has an example for you, if you can ask her, please.
Mr. Terry?
So, again, I have to apologize because I did not understand that that was a predetermined format. Matter of fact, in communicating with the IT director, what you all have is a uniformity where she was working on departments by departments. That was what was needed to get it to you. So now I'm hearing that I needed to also have that as a part of the uniform presentation. And that was not my understanding from the last meeting. But according to the direction from the city manager and directly from you, we will put it in that format. But I wanted to make sure council understood that what you all have received was something that was designed outside of what I understood to be not required.
Okay. So Mr. Altman's gonna finish. I don't know if you finished
And,
telling him.
We'll go on to the next department while, which is
Because we asked him to get it back tonight.
renewal.
Water renewals next.
IT's up next.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the direction was to bring it back this evening.
Bring it back this evening?
Yeah, that was the
I would not be
direction.
able to do that.
We'll see where we are, I guess.
I just want to remind council, we've got 1 hour left and we've still got 14 line items to go.
We would like to
No,
have.
we have to
we need to-
8:30 tomorrow morning.
No, we already asked him to give it to us tonight. That was the direction. If he can't do that, then what time can you do it?
Can I ask,
Can you
can I ask
ask
a
him?
question? Well, I want to ask council a question. So, aside from the request for the information, I don't think any of those items were cut or would be offered to be cut because they're essential to getting the audits done. So, when we proposed the budget, we didn't reduce any of those line items because we knew we needed to, we're trying to accelerate the completion of all the audits, so we didn't cut any items there. So is it, my question, and the reason I say is because we're talking about the budget and having to reduce it, is council interested in reducing those numbers?
Who knows? We don't know what the information is.
We just needed to see the information like everyone had. Like, this is something that we can't cut here. This is what we have, these are the services we have. That's what we need, the same format.
Okay.
Would be,
So if we have the budget, can we provide the breakdown of that line item and, can we get that to you tomorrow morning? But the budget piece is something that, that we can go get that budget. But the breakdown of each one of those items take a little bit of time. And as Mr. Parton said, we've got an hour left, and we got the other departments to go
long
through.
in an hour, we can extend.
No, I don't think you can extend the special meeting,
Oh, we can't, okay.
so.
All right.
We finished.
Does anyone object to what was shared, Mr. Terry giving us at least a department
Yeah.
tonight? And then by tomorrow morning, I would probably say no later
What-
than noon.
We need to have, no.
We get the service contracts.
I mean, that's fine with me.
Because the
just
reason I
wanna
say
keep
that is
going,
we're
guys.
not requesting a reduction.
Is anyone objecting
That's
to
a
that?
friendly,
Me?
Of course.
Okay, so I guess we have to do a motion.
Please do it.
Motion. The motion on the floor is to direct the city manager to ask Mr. Terry, the finance director, to bring back the department breakdown as discussed and presented to match the others tonight, and to provide all of the contracts and agreements mentioned earlier to council with dollar figures no later than noon tomorrow.
second.
All right. Ms. Bess, or is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call please, Ms. Bess.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yep.
Counselor Denton, Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you. Next
All right,
department.
moving on to information technology. Dr. Manker.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, I just want to make sure we clarify before we move on to my department that the Finance Department offered $10,700, and although you do not have the documentation of where he offered that, my goal tonight is to ensure that I have a figure calculated to have to the Finance Director regarding the ultimate cuts, so he can proceed with drafting a resolution for you guys tomorrow. Or are we in agreement to accept his $10,700 cut?
Those were included in the budget already.
Those already included, okay. All right. Moving forward with the IT department. Your first page one here. Unfortunately, I did not include the people. After demonstrating with several departments prior, I'm unable to have any saving, utilize that portion of the budget unless I have a vacancy in a department, in my department. And at this time, I do not have a vacancy in that department. My total budget is $1.5 million roughly, but my operating budget is $713,000. I also want to point out that for the line item that consists of equipment repairs is the line item where, when I first arrived here 4 years ago, that the technology line item for all the departments, every department had a technology line item, and council agreed to consolidate those monies into that line item. And so that line item there represents all the departments. It allows me to be able to provide services for those departments. For example, yesterday, the Public Works Department switch, we lost a switch there. They were down for at least 3 or 4 hours. They had to relocate to another department to finish completing payroll until we could find a replacement switch. That line item represent items that I'm responsible for taking care of throughout many of the different departments for issues that may occur. As you know, a switch can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000. And so I just had that one incident that kind of really wiped out that whole line item. So I have a lot of line items that are very, very high that I know there may be some questions about, but we can go through them one by one if you like. Unfortunately, I believe that I'm an infrastructure department due to the fact that I provide services to all the departments and by way of technology, and therefore I'm only able to reduce my budget by $21,000. I have gone through, reduced the travel to Munis conference. In the past, I would attend, or at least 2 individuals on my team would attend the Munis conference. But now that we have an ERP administrator, I've reduced it down to where there's only 1 person attending that conference. I think it's really important that we keep up with our ERP system and the changes that are coming about. It is our largest and most expensive software that we have in the system, and it essentially touches every department that we have. So that those line items have been reduced. The vehicle maintenance has been totally reduced. We do not have a vehicle. We once had a vehicle for my techs to go from department to department, but it has since been auctioned off because it failed to keep working. So there's no need to have vehicle and gas any longer. We have a small postage area. I totally reduced it. However, we do have postage fees. Sometimes we get equipment that doesn't work, or if it comes in damaged, we have to return it. And it's not free to return it, but I feel like I can possibly, whenever we do have to return something, I possibly may be able to capture that from another line item. I moved down to books and subscriptions. I reduced that by $600. And then the voice over IP, although it's a healthy amount, $65,000, I would like to impress upon the council that with the reduction of analog phone lines and long distance services, we have saved over $250,000. This voice over IP is the new system that's been in place. It requires maintenance agreement there, but how I'm not able to utilize the entire budget there, and so there are some savings In the past, I've used those savings to go into the service contract area because I have consistently ran over. And so those dollars I would put back into the service contract just to ensure that I do not go negative. But like my colleagues, I am trying to offer some budget cuts. As you move to the second page where you see a list of my service contracts, here are all my service contracts and my new requests for the year. As you can see that Munis Tyler is $95,000 this year, but every year it increases by 5%. So I've added that 5% cost. I built that into that as a new request. The courts management system, that is what the Commonwealth Attorney uses. They have a module there. Again, a yearly 5% increase goes to Tyler. Tyler Parks and Rec Munis module is $5,000 a year. It's a new request. We purchased Tyler Parks and Rec to replace their current recreational system that they have. We wanted to bring it in-house. So their system would communicate with Munis, and so we replaced it with a Munis product. And so with doing so, we now have incurred a $5,000 yearly cost to keep that system running. It's actually a cost savings, even though I've had to add it in our budget because their current system was more expensive than this $5,000. We have Executive Time, which is our payroll and timekeeping system. As you know, many of our departments were just using good old-fashioned Excel spreadsheet to keep up with people's times, and now we can do that electronically. Those purchases were made with CARES monies, and now this year coming up, a whole year has went by, and so we're now on the yearly cycle, and that's $11,000. Tyler again at $12,000 for open finance that the council approved last year, and $12,000 is the maintenance cost on that. Council also approved May in 2021 Seamless Gov to make our documents digital. The yearly cost is at $21,000. Our yearly cost to that ended this month, and so we will renew again come July 1st. So I have budget requests, so it's very hard for me to
All right,
reduce the budget.
I'm gonna
I'm
stop
sorry.
you right there. So I've been informed by my strong peers to ask you to just speak to the cuts.
Speak
And
to the
moving
cuts.
forward, every other department as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the cuts were 21,000, and so, but like everyone else, I presented my service contracts on the second page.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask if there's any objections to what's presented.
Counselor Pelham has a question.
Recode is with the legal people too, the attorney? What do you-
No, they have similar, the name of the product is very similar, but it's not Municode.
Okay.
Municode is the agenda software that is used to create the agenda for the council meetings.
So what you do is different? This-
No, it's a software that you guys agreed that,
but you
it's-
pay for it out of your budget? not-
yes,
But
yes,
it was
it
in
was
the attorney's budget, something that says
We moved it
Municode.
all over to her, all of our service contracts.
It's in our budget tonight, Municode.
Can you say,
So,
There's the legal one and then the moving software.
we pay for a service with municipal code
yes.
for our city code to be online and accessed online. That's under Ms. Manker's
No,
budget.
no, that's
It's
under
the attorney's budget.
paralegal.
Paralegal.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's paralegal, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, okay. But Municode, which is the agenda software,
Right.
and while and I believe they're the same company,
They're by the same
you know, and
company.
they're very similar in their name, they're just two separate things.
Yes.
That's my question, thank you.
thank you. And then
You
Council,
approve the cuts.
Is there any objections to the cuts? Councilman Randolph says yes. I make a motion that we approve. She's leaning forward, shaking her head. I make a motion that we approve the IT department's budget cuts as presented.
Second.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Reminder to speak to the cuts.
Oh,
Recreation.
Recreation part.
And just speak to the cuts again, so you can get everybody done.
Good evening, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor, and Council. Ours is pretty simple. Our operating budget is right around 400,000. I was directed to take 10% reduction. We made it a department decision that we were going to cut special events. Basically $47,000 for the fireworks, the parades, the Halloween events, and we were directed after a vote to not do that.
Right.
So that was our 10% was the 47,000. If you look at the highlighted areas, the conventions, the lodging is very minimal amounts. But for us, we have to be certified, and that's what that covers. So.
Make a motion to approve Parks and Recreation's budget as presented.
Second.
See, I told you it wasn't gonna be that bad, Jackie.
All those are citizen-based items, and so you
Roll
can't.
call.
If it's a consensus to approve.
She's gonna say no to everyone, so let's just
Okay.
cut the chase. and-
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm so happy.
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor
Happy, happy.
Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton, Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Police Department Chief Stark.
So just-
Yes,
So we're not cutting their budget at all?
Except for
just
the,
as
Okay, just wanted to
presented.
make sure.
No, we said no to special events. Since you want
They
to
didn't
keep it-
have,
Right,
they didn't have any cuts. They were gonna cut the fireworks that they already presented.
Yeah.
right,
They already solicited
right.
to the community.
yes, ma'am.
Hi, Chief, how are you?
Good evening, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, members of council, good evening. I'm here tonight to discuss the police department's budget. The grand total of our budget is just slightly more than 8.4 million. We have a total operating budget of 1.239 million. The majority of our budget, as you all know, is salaries and benefits, but we are offering cuts tonight. And the cuts that we're offering centered around 15 rifles. I will tell you that the rifles that we are cutting, we last purchased these rifles in 2010. There were 15 rifles, and since that time, thousands of rounds have been fired through. And that's why we were requesting 15, but we have taken that out for a savings of just over $34,000. Also, we are offering tonight software. It's called Case Cracker. Case Cracker at a cost of $37,435. That is software that we were planning to use in our interview rooms to upgrade the software that we currently have. In an effort to reduce our budget, we have taken that out. So if you add those two together, it's just a little more than $71,000 that we're cutting.
I'm sorry. Question.
Yes.
Question, is Case Cracker, does that help you do something to solve a case? Or give you some algorithms or data or what, I mean, is that necessary, but it's not critical to have?
It is an update. We currently have software that has been in place for many years. As you know, technology is constantly evolving. Case Cracker is an updated version. We are able to operate with what we currently have, but based on our budget, we only have slightly more than $1 million to operate with, and if we have to make a cut, we would offer that Case Cracker and continue to use the software that we have.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I make a motion, then we
Wait, was
accept.
that it? Yeah.
I also, I was asked to speak to cuts tonight. You notice at the bottom of our spreadsheet, under capital, I am asking for 15 police cars. And if appropriate, I would like to take a moment just to talk about why that request is there, so council can consider that when making any final decisions, if that's appropriate.
Yes.
Well, just to be clear, 15 cars weren't included in the capital
It's
budget.
not in the
Right.
capital
It's not
budget
in
this
the
Not
year.
included in the
No.
capital budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
But
to
we
be
are-
clear,
I thought we approved them at the ARP, with the
No,
CARES
it was
Act.
a
No.
presentation.
It was-
It
We
wasn't-
need to
have not
consider that
approved
for
any.
the art money.
So just to be clear, the only cuts that we have to decide on is your rifles and your case cracker.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that is correct.
So,
And we can address the automobiles during our discussion. One-time expenditures. You don't agree to anything anyway, so.
I have Counselor Gore.
Yeah, I go after you.
I'd like to make a motion to,
Counselor Gore had a question.
I was just gonna ask about the rifles. Do you need to, it's only $35,000, so it depends on what council wants to do. I'm just asking in terms of just educating myself on how you do your equipment. So is there like a rotation that you have these on, just like the cars? Because I'm actually shocked about the cars. I got a background information regarding that, which we need to change how we do that. But is this similar with your,
It is, ma'am. The rifles are critical. They belong to our SWAT team. And as I stated, they were purchased in 2010. We're talking thousands of rounds have been fired through these rifles. And the reason we want to update the equipment is like anything else. It wears over a period of time. And when we talk about our SWAT team responding to a critical incident, we wanted to update those rifles.
yeah, but my question is there not a rotation? That's my question in particular. Because it seems like you're saying it's a lot to change, but I'm saying, is there not a system already in place to do that?
There has not been a system in place. 2010 going forward, my plan is to develop a rotation that I can bring forward to the city manager so that we can discuss not having to make such large purchases
Right.
at one time.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
that's
would
what
be
I
our
wanted to
future
know.
planning.
And if,
And I do have a question. My question is, when you have older rifles, is there a buyback program where we can return it and receive money for it, and then you can switch them out? Or is just something that when you have to upgrade the rifle, it's just, are we upgrading the rifle as it is? I mean,
We
I'm
would be-
confused. Are we replacing them, or?
Yes.
So when we do a replacement, are we returning them for money? Do
That
we
is a
sell
great
it?
question, Mayor, and I'm not prepared to answer because I didn't look into that. But
Okay.
that is a great question. and
Yeah,
will-
because I would really be interested in a buyback program, and
Yes.
that way be a lot of cost savings, yeah.
And I should be able to find out if that is the case, how much of a
Yeah,
savings
yeah,
that would be.
that would be, yes, sir.
Yes.
and I would say, so the rifle piece, if it was something that council wanted to do, that's also something you could utilize ARPA funding for, to start that cycle of a process to get going. So when the chief has developed his cycle and what he wants to do, you can jumpstart it doing that there, and then begin to program money into the budget on that cycle, whether it's every other year or how many years it would be. So that's just an offer there that would help out.
Councilor Randolph?
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. As with all of the budget cuts to any of the departments, I'm going to vote no. I appreciate you coming up with something, but I think it's most important for you to not have budget cuts, especially in lieu of everything going on. So I hope that we don't cut anything out of your budget. As for the 15 cars or anything else you need through ARPA, I will be in favor of that as well. As I've said numerous times to the council that kept bringing up the cars, that it was not in the budget, it was in ARPA, but that should happen tomorrow night when we vote on the budget, if we do any ARPA funding, and hopefully we will be able to give you what you need from that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Point of information, we're not talking about ARPA funding tomorrow night, right, Mr. Altman?
I had not.
no.
Yeah, that's okay.
Councilor Randolph, if I could just respond to your comment briefly. In response to the vehicles, it is also my desire moving forward to make sure that we have a rotation plan in place so that I do not have to stand before council in the future and ask for 15 cars.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Pelham?
May I ask the city attorney a question?
Yes, Madam City Attorney?
Ma'am, can we wait, can I make a motion to waive the rules to extend the meeting as well?
Discussion.
I believe you can make the normal motion to extend the meeting without waiving the
We
rules.
suspended
Okay,
the rules.
great.
Suspend the
Suspended the
rules.
rules.
To what?
We suspended the rules, so yeah, you can.
Yeah, you've already suspended all the rules. I understood the prior motion to be to suspend the rules generally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So therefore, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting time until we get to the end of all the departmental requests.
Second.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes. I'm in favor of keeping your budget exactly where it is, not doing any budget cuts, and I hope I'm not opening up too much of a can of worms right now. But I know in the email that I had sent you asking for, kind of like a plan on, what we were looking at, to address some of the crime and, some of the things that you were looking at doing, which was, standing back up, I think it was the street crimes unit?
Yes, sir, street crimes
Okay.
unit.
And then one of the recommendations in that email that you had was a part-time, was it detective or investigator?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
If council's okay, I think you said it was 34,000?
34,000 would be the annual salary for the experienced part-time detective.
Did that include like VRS benefits and everything?
No, it would not.
Okay, that's why I just want to make sure. I don't
Yes.
want to have a repeat.
It sounds too low for the PRS.
If you included VRS, you would be looking at 37,000, but as a part-time employee, we would not be offering those benefits.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no other
There's
you want
no
to call it hidden costs,
no
whatever?
hidden costs, no, sir.
Okay.
Fringes.
Yeah, fringes. Again, not trying to open up too much of a can of worms, but yeah, I'm kind of thinking that since we're going through this process, maybe it might be a good idea to add this position that Chief Stark was asking for in an email. It was either today or yesterday.
Yes, that is correct. Would you like for me to explain what that position would do?
Yeah.
Or is it, okay? So,
Point of information.
You're gonna have us,
Yeah,
you're gonna have us in
no,
trouble when we go out of
We've
here.
been think all night.
I
But
know.
I would say that
that's why
can we
I'm-
just do the cuts and
do that next year.
do that tomorrow, like.
Yeah,
you
let's
see
talk
what I'm
about
saying?
that tomorrow.
Yeah,
And give us the information, what we
We
need
usually
for
speak
tomorrow
to
with Mr. Terry stuff, but we need to focus on the
Yeah.
heart of today, which is the cuts.
Yeah.
I forget what I was gonna say now.
So do you guys at least want to hear what he has to say and then we discuss it tomorrow, or I'm impartial. I got the email.
Yeah, you're here.
So-
Let's go ahead and hear it.
I just don't know if anyone has seen it, knows what I'm
That's
talking
I've
about.
read- I've
It's out
read
the blue.
Okay.
Please proceed.
yes, I would like to help the city of Hopewell move forward with solving crimes. We have a number of unsolved crimes that are on the books, but many of them we have leads and information that a lot of work has gone into. I know for a fact that there are experienced police detectives that have retired, but they still have the experience. We don't have to put them through an academy, and many of them are now taking part-time jobs with various police departments. And if we could bring on a part-time detective, we would focus on trying to solve those cold cases. But also, as you know, we've had 2 double homicides here recently, and having someone like that on staff with that level of experience would just help to move our police department forward with training young detectives and also making sure that we're taking every effort we can to bring closure to some of these cases.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that experience. You can't buy it. And a lot of the experience is walking out of the door. And to have that seasoning in the department is great. So
Do you mind just sending all that information out and kind of the price figure to city council and the city manager?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
And in
And to
addition
Dr.
to,
Manker, she's doing the budget.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Dr. Manker.
Yes, sir.
excuse me, and what about the automobiles is what my suggestion would be to give us a strategy of rotating so many cars per year instead of, there's no way I don't think we'll be able to afford to purchase 15 cars with complete all that stuff that y'all gotta put in them, all the equipment, so therefore some type of plan of how many cars need to be replaced over the next several years so that we can do that as well.
Yes, ma'am. My request to council for 15 cars is we've not purchased cars since 2017, and that was 2. I confirmed that it was 2 cars that was purchased then. We have 16 cars that have well more than 100,000 miles. We have vehicles that have 150,000, 130,000, 120,000. A few weeks ago, temperatures were mid-90s, upper 90s, close to 100 degrees, and we had officers that didn't have AC. And I would tell you that as the chief, I was very disappointed in that, to the point that I spent money out of my pocket to purchase Freon to try to charge these AC units. It did not work. So we parked those cars at the garage. We rotated vehicles as we needed to, and I gave the directive to my staff that I would even give up my car if necessary to make sure that we don't have anyone working 12 hours without AC. So we have had officers report that in one weekend, their car is broken down as many as 3 times in one weekend, meaning they had a vehicle towed, they got a spare, that car broke down before the weekend was over, they swapped into another vehicle, that car also had mechanical issues. So we're in dire needs of vehicles. That's why we're asking for 15, but going forward, I would ask council, I would ask the city manager to consider a rotation where we could just purchase maybe 3 to 4 vehicles a year. That way, all of the vehicles are not coming up for rotation at the exact
That's what I'm
same time.
asking. That's what I'm asking.
That's what we've asked for.
Yes. But this is a situation that moving forward, I would like to have a plan in place so that, again, we're not asking for a large sum of money at one time, and that we can rotate these vehicles and make sure that we don't have the mechanical breakdowns with our equipment.
And the other thing, are you saying that when a rifle, I don't know anything about guns at all, weapons, whatever, if so many times you shoot a weapon, it becomes ineffective? The rifles that have been shot 100,000, would you however many times, are they ineffective after so many shells go through them?
It's just like service.
I don't know.
Service weapons, Mayor. I'm sorry, Mayor. Councilor
Pelham.
With anything, it wears over time.
Right.
And as you have rounds that are going rifling through that barrel, over time, it does wear. It is proper to update your equipment over time. So when we have equipment like this that has been in service for 10 plus years, it would be smart to look to make those upgrades before you have a jam or you have a mechanical issue with the rifle.
So then again, that would be a rotational schedule that we'll get in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Counselor Gore?
I just want to pause for a second and say that this is an example of why the meeting that we're having tonight is important, because we do not know all these things about your departments.
Yeah.
And so people assume that we know more than what we do, or that we know things are failing, that you got violations and all that other stuff. We do not know that all the time. And so hearing, we knew there was 15 cars. We're like, whoa, why are so many cars? Because we have always advocated for there to be rotation. And so it was like, well, what's going on with the rotation if they need 15 cars, whatever, what was happening before? So just use this as an example to say that directors should also consider that we don't know what you think we know. And that take the opportunity while you have the floor to bring us up to speed so that we are aware, so we can look out for stuff or make changes to support you. So this is the example I'm talking about. So again, sometime down the line, we would like to see that rotation list, whatever you need to have rotated. And the other part with the cars, I was talking to the mayor, when we say purchase vehicles, it was brought to my attention too that you have to put all that stuff in there, paint the cars. So when you purchase a vehicle, is that cost including that stuff too? If it doesn't, and put that into your thing and when you present it to us, so we have the comprehensive picture. There's only if you get a car, if you still ain't got the money to do the equipment.
Yes.
You know, so that's the type of stuff we need to have clarity on.
Absolutely. And you will notice that with the 15 cars we're requesting, that cost covers the car. There's an additional line item of $76,245. That covers the radios, the police radios that would equip those cars. But the dollar amount that you have in front of you is what we need to outfit that vehicle. There are no other hidden costs.
Okay. So I make a motion that we approve the police department's budget as presented without cuts.
I'll second it, and can I make a friendly
Please
amendment?
don't include that position until we get the
No.
information.
No, that's tomorrow, that's tomorrow.
Okay.
Something that I ended up learning in the Citizens Police Academy, and I just, give it a shout out because I think it's really good to know that I'd like to include in there, just like what we did with the fire department, that police officers can take their vehicles home, because I think it's called, is it a CPO, where they go with an individual? No, it's an individual that's in the
SRO.
hospital has a mental health issue.
Yes.
Okay. And if they end up being in a facility out in Brunswick or wherever, and the police officer lives closer to that facility, it'd be a lot easier and less stress on the police officer to drive from his house to Brunswick or wherever,
Okay.
as opposed to his house to Hopewell, then back out there. So I just like to
Friendly amendments allow them to take the cars home?
Yeah.
But
Okay, so, yes.
So I want to clarify, the rifles and case cracker.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Okay, the rifles and case cracker weren't included in the manager's proposed budget, so you would need to add those items to the budget.
That's correct.
If I'm going back through my mind and looking at what we submitted, those items were not recommended in the budget because of the shortfall, so you would be adding those items to the budget, just to clarify.
Ooh. So I think I should put that with the ad list for tomorrow then. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to keep the baseline, but I
mean,
kind
why
of feel like you're shaking your head. I mean,
Why
think
can't
the rifles, yeah.
Why can't we delay changing that? He said he could live without it until next year,
Not
next
the rifles,
budget
though.
year. And then think about the rotation, and he's gonna tell us either we can replace how many weapons every year
because you said
or whatever.
ARPA funds
Yeah,
could
well,
go
then the
into
chief
it.
said that he was gonna work on a rotational proposal,
Right.
just as Mrs.
Yeah,
Pelham
that's
said.
fine.
So
And
you
do
can
that with
bring
the
that
ARPA
forward for
funds.
ARPA funds, once that rotation plan
One-time
is together.
expenditure.
So then
that
my motion
kickstarts that
needs to
program
read
for
as
Okay.
approve the police
Yeah.
department's budget,
As
including the
in-
managers,
As submitted by the manager.
as submitted by the manager,
As submitted by the manager.
Yeah, second.
city manager.
I mean,
That's an amendment.
Oh, no,
And
that's
to
an
allow
amendment.
the
So
police
that's
department to
you
take
already,
the cars home.
you already seconded.
Yeah.
So that's not in the budget at all.
No, it's not in the one that we have. So to be
Yeah.
clear,
So that's
I'm changing
strike that.
the motion to say, approve the police department's budget as submitted by the city manager and to allow police department to take cars home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. You want me to repeat it?
No.
Restate the motion, please, for the record.
The motion is to approve the police department's budget as submitted by the city manager and to allow police officers to take their vehicles home. Vice Mayor, are we ready for the vote? I'm sorry.
I just have
Sorry.
I have a discussion question. It's for Mr. City Manager. March, you said that we are going to look at the ARPA for the police vehicles and also for the rifles?
Yes, so the police vehicles, the requests for the police vehicles were submitted by Chief Astle, and I presented that to city council with the original presentation for.
I remember that.
Yeah, no, we were gonna get two allotments of money, half with the first allotment, half with the second allotment. So you would be able to consider all of them at one time, since we
Right.
haven't taken action, but on about $500,000 of our ARPA money. So all 15 vehicles were submitted by Chief Asphalt, and I'm sure those are the same 15 vehicles that Chief Stark's talking about. And then we gave you the list of all of our vehicles through our whole fleet and their condition. So some other items that would come up and be discussed as a second part of ARPA from a vehicle perspective, maybe a street sweeper, because our street sweeper spends more time broke down than it does on the street. We need that for stormwater compliance. So there's some other things that we would need departmentally to help us, but the 15 vehicles are there. I don't believe the 15 rifles are there, but they can be added. So, and then that, we'll have this rotational schedule, and then we can build that into a budget for the future and how we're gonna do that.
Okay. I just thank you for the clarity.
Ready for the vote? Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No,
Councilor Holloway.
simply.
Motion
Across the
passes 5-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Before I start, I need a clarification. In these bullets that were attached to your motion earlier this week, one of the directives was prohibit money being moved between funds. And I would need clarification. Is that
That's
like,
nothing with you.
pardon me?
That's nothing with you. It's the manager.
I can't hear you.
It's the manager.
I don't believe they're, and so I wasn't at the meeting, but I don't believe they're talking about your ability to move a line item from office supplies to travel.
Okay,
They're
so
talking
that-
about funds, so the general fund, the sanitary sewer fund, those items, which we already can't move from those funds.
Just needed clarification because my budget's kind of like, Public Works budget's kind of like herding cats. Salt could cost more one year, we gotta move it from somewhere else, and it's a very fluid process. Being able to move helps us a lot. So, I'd like to make another prefix comment here. When I read the bullets, I read it to mean I had to come up with 10% budget cuts. Now, I also read the part that said doesn't apply to infrastructure, which is what we are, but I was directed to go ahead and propose some budget cuts so the council consider them. So that's why I have recommended budget cuts. My big fear is inflation. As you can see, I have a lot of service contracts. People are asking us for more money. Gasoline's going up, parts are going up. I was told this week that parts are going up 100%. That impacts my budget, it impacts police, it impacts all of us. So to cut my budget's a little naive because I don't have enough money to manage inflation. The guy who mows grass asked us for like a 20% increase. We said, not this year, next year. And so it's been back and forth, and we're working in good faith that we'll be able to adjust that next year. Those are gonna hit me pretty hard. And so I would ask that you not cut our budget, but if you do, there are some things recommended. And one of the things, I'll give you all that background to tell you, I really don't wanna reduce our cleaning. That's a big one for us. We've reduced cleaning in the courts building and reduced cleaning in City Hall and city buildings. I would like to take that out if I can. We're going from 4 days a week to 1 day a week, and if we had an accident in the bathroom, my guys would have to come off the street and come clean it up. So I'd like to keep that in there if we may. And then another item is I have shown not doing some stormwater improvements on the Public Works yard, but that would have gonna be paid for out of my refuge account. And so that's enterprise fund, and I'd ask that we leave that in there so we can start doing some things to do some retention ponds on site. We've been way delinquent in that, and I wanna be able to leave that in there for that. Everything else, I'm good with. I mean, concrete's a little close, but if I can move money, if I get in the bind with concrete, I'll do that. So that's the items that we've highlighted. We can cut those items. Questions?
Yes, I have one question. Does your department take vehicles home? Do you guys have
We
anyone
have
that use?
2 or 3 people, and they're my supervisors who are on call.
All right, I would like to have, whoever makes the motion to consider to restoring that.
He said they take them home.
The motion that you guys, that we did the last week, or what's today? Earlier this week said to
Oh,
prohibit,
all vehicles.
eliminate out of city vehicle use for personal use.
Right.
Well, of course, but, it's not for personal use. Yeah?
No, ma'am, it's to get back and forth to work, come in on weekends, and that way they don't have to come back to the garage, they'll have their
Yeah,
tools on the truck.
yeah. I just
And
want them to
It's only
cons-
2 or 3
Yeah, I just want them to, council to reconsider that.
for Public Works, or all of them, or?
But it's only the ones that on call.
Right,
take the
yes,
bill.
ma'am, yes, ma'am.
So
People
it
who would have to come in,
rotates.
no one else does.
So
The
motion
person
should
that's
say
on call takes the vehicle home, not every.
Actually, one of them lives in Hopewell and doesn't need it. He comes on in, he doesn't want to leave it at his house, and the other one said he's fine. So it's my supervisors. I have 2 supervisors who take their trucks home.
And I say, but are they on call
Yes, yes.
all the time?
Well, no, every other week.
No, but they,
Well,
But the point is on-call people.
they're on call.
They're on call,
Yeah.
and we
When
call
they're
them, they have
not
to
on
be
Yeah.
call, they shouldn't take their vehicle.
Well, even if it's every other week, you never know, somebody, if we lose one on-call person, the other person has to pick up. So I mean, we
Exactly.
just may as well keep it
Where
consistent.
did they live?
Hopewell.
I didn't ask.
Oh,
Where did they
And
live?
the other one lives in,
One lives in.
well, on call people, the other one lives in Peterborough. Supervisors, one's in Colonial Heights and one's in Prince George.
Thank you.
And mine sits in the parking lot every night.
And I will say, there are instances, as the mayor has indicated, that when something happens, these guys respond, and if they need more than one person, they come in. So, and it's also those, after the parade and, all of these things. I will add, I wholeheartedly concur with this, the cleaning piece, particular at the courthouse. I don't want to do anything to make any judges mad by
No,
reducing
we're
the
still in
cleanliness
COVID,
of the
so no one should
courthouse.
reduce cleaning.
Yeah.
I have a
Still have a
question, Mayor.
pandemic.
That was my attempt to get to the 10%, and that's, I don't
What?
recommend it.
Counselor Pelham.
Why are there 3 separate contracts for Freeman under the different departments in your department?
My recollection would be right away, so we can bill that to VDOT, reimburse from
I know,
them.
like you got cemetery,
Right. Cemetery,
Freeman.
they mow the cemetery, and the cemetery fund pays for
well,
that.
why is it separate, not one contract for one, if it's the
So-
same man, same company, why do we have 3 different contracts?
It probably is the same contract, but each item's listed different and billed to a different account.
Right. So when we cut the cemetery, that cut is billed to the cemetery account as opposed to just one large account because we have the cemetery
And does
fund.
that bid it out every 5 years too?
I can't, when we bid it out.
It might be 3, it's not more than
Now, can
5.
you just email me the last time it was bidded out?
Sure.
Thank you. You know,
Are you done, Counselor Paul?
yeah.
Any questions?
I have my light.
Counselor Gore.
Mr. Altman, I've noticed a few departments have noted differences between what Dr. Manker has and what you talked to him about. So with this public works cut, because it doesn't look like the same format we have, so I would imagine there might be some differences here. What on this cut page is not in your budget that's already a cut?
I wish I had my big budget book here. I don't think any of these items were
In
cut
yours?
in my budget.
Okay, so then to get clarification for Mr. Watson, for education, tuition assistance, you're saying cut your $1,000 for tuition assistance
If I have to.
if you have to?
Let me say, that's a great carrot when someone talks about their life plans, it's for me to offer the tuition assistance, but we have only used it once in the past 2 or 3 years, so I could cut that.
Okay.
Good.
We said reduce office supplies, no brainer, books and subscription, no brainer. So we're at 3,600. Then you have engineering, you said no engineering services, what is that, 5,000?
That's if I needed someone, say, to design a curb cut or something. Engineering does big projects. If I needed a little driveway designed or something to make it fit, I would have that money, but I don't use it very often. Usually engineering takes over those, but that money's been there for quite a while. If I don't use it, it goes back to the general fund.
Okay, so it's 8,600. Grass, reduced training, conference and fees, and you got the memo about who needs to have training, so I would take that 1,000, because you're saying that you can offer that.
I've offered that,
Okay.
yes.
So then we're at 9,000, so then the salt, you
salt.
guys have been doing really well with the snow. But there was that 1 year that we weren't prepared for this, for the salting, and that was because of the late notice or whatever. So do you really think it's wise to reduce the salt
No,
budget?
especially with the.
No,
I'm asking him because he offered, isn't asking you.
yeah. Counselor Gore, the one year was really bad. It never got above 20, and we couldn't melt the snow.
Right.
And so this last winter, we hardly had snow, and when it did, it was fairly warm and we could melt it. So it was really cheap last year, and it's just a fluctuating cost. Some years it's,
Right, my question is, do you think this is my question to you is, do you think it's a good idea to cut this?
no, I'm
Okay,
gonna,
so
I'm gonna
take
have
it
to find
up.
money to
All right,
cover
good.
inflation.
Good, all right. Reduce concrete repairs and critical resurfacing ponds. Again, I would imagine that probably does not make any sense to cut that.
Right.
Clean buildings we already talked about. Clean once we talked about. So then drop down to the stormwater compliance. Clearly, we want to be in compliance, so we wouldn't want to cut that.
Yes.
So if I just go with the top section, we're at 9,600, which seems to be practical, which is your tuition assistance, office supplies, books, the engineering thing you talked about, and then the reduced training. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am. We don't have a lot of stuff in our budget other than costs of doing business.
Okay. Unless anybody disagrees, I'll probably put that motion, but I have one question in terms of contracts. Where, do you have the you have the contract for the trash collection? What's going on with that? We got this
You
letter
wanna-
yesterday, about it potentially being cut off at the end of July, and I'm
Because of
completely confused
non-payment.
about what's going on.
I actually have an email prepared to send to y'all, giving you the whole history of that. And we're preparing to bring an item to y'all at the meeting on the 12th to consider. Meridian is looking for a rate increase to their current contract. It's about, I think it's a $3.22 increase to their current contract, which would increase our current cost about $28,000 a month.
A month?
Because it's $3.22 per unit, per house or per toter. So that would increase our cost about $28,000. And CVWMA has negotiated their new contract with Waste Management. Our contract with Meridian doesn't end until 2024. But the the Waste Management contract was bid to allow us to, on or before 24, we could enter, but we would have to end the contract with Meridian.
A penalty to end it?
I've got to look. Good
It has to
question.
be.
But so what I say, how I round out the email when I give you all of this information. One, Waste Management is starting up their contract with Colonial Heights. One of the benefits there is that
Why are we doing
means
this now?
Meridian isn't going to be serving Colonial Heights, so we might get better service. But two, Waste Management wouldn't be ready to take on our contract like at the end of July. They would have to ramp up, so it's probably realistically they could handle us February timeframe.
February of next year?
Yes, but we are talking with CVWMA about how we can fill that gap should one council, if you agree not to increase Meridian's contract, we're already working on alternatives to fill that void for that period of time.
So the
So-
reason why I asked that, I'm gonna cut you off. The reason why I asked that question is because if we have to stick with Meridian, if all else fails,
Right.
does your budget have this increase that we're gonna have to pay?
Of course
No.
not.
We would have to look at the rate that we charge our citizens. And that's, and I mean, and if I remember correctly, when we did the contract renewal in 18, I think it was. We passed that increased cost on to the rate onto the citizens.
We did.
So, but yeah,
Not just that,
So you're not suggesting an increase in his budget to cover this contract or even the new contract?
None of
Well-
the budgets
No,
are
I'm
gonna have
asking
enough to
for
do
it.
increases.
we didn't put an increase in the budget for refuse services because when we put the budget together, this issue wasn't there.
Correct.
So this has come up.
Oh, the letter made it seem like it was conversations for a while. That's why I'm asking this question.
So,
When are you
I think
gonna?
it was conversations with CVWMA, not
Okay,
us.
so my bottom
But
line
yeah,
question is,
so-
new person, old person, the new contract we're ever gonna get, is that contract amount
well,
equating to
so
what it is?
the new contract that would be with Waste Management, our contract doesn't end with Meridian until 2024,
yeah.
June 30th of 2024, which
Right.
won't won't be, it would be for next budget.
Right, but then you said that we can terminate.
Right, yeah,
So,
right.
well, so this budget cycle will include when it picks up in February.
If there's, so if there is an agreement to either increase the budget or increase the current contract with Meridian, or terminate and get the alternative that we would have for the short term, yes, there will be an increase in the budget, but we will be, the revenue for that would come from an increase in the fee to the citizen.
Okay,
'Cause
I'm
that's
gonna let
how-
it go. That's fine, but that wasn't the question.
Well,
But then, no, I'm sorry, I know, because everybody was too much. The new person that you're anticipating us getting past this Meridian issue, what was the other group? The Clinton
Waste
High School.
management.
Them, whatever that contract you're anticipating it being, it will be February of next year. My question is, with that amount, do you have that, is it gonna be the same as we pay
If-
Meridian
if-
now? That's
if-
what I'm trying to
okay,
figure out.
Okay, yeah.
Do you
So
understand what I'm
if it-
asking?
Yes.
Okay.
If, when we go to the contract with Waste Management, it will be $14 per unit per month, because that's the increase in the new contract that was done. It's a $6 difference from what we're paying now. Meridian's looking for a $3 increase to get through. So, but yes, if you cancel and all that, and we start to say in February, then yes, that would come, but again, that fee would be passed on to the
To the people.
citizens.
You
Right,
answered my
so the
question.
revenue coming in would come from the citizens to pay the expenditure going out.
Thank you.
It operates like an enterprise fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I make the motion to approve Public Works proposed budget with the cuts of tuition, assistance, office supplies, books, engineering services, and the reduced training as presented.
In is that education?
It's training.
Well, it's the $9,600.
Well, the convention and conferences reduced training.
And
Educational tuition.
And to allow on-call staff to take vehicles home.
Second.
Counselor Randolph, and then Counselor Pelham.
Thank you. I want to point out that in many of these budgets, we're cutting it so close that, like in Ed's budget, there is no way for them to pay or be prepared for any kind of an increase in an inflationary time. So just keep that in mind. We'd have to address it as it happens.
Counselor Pelham?
Did you say educational tuition as well?
Yeah, the reduction he provided for training, it was
It
conferences.
doesn't say training, is that the same as educational tuition? $1,000?
Yeah, that was for conferences and.
No, up top, the first one.
Yeah, that was the first thing I said.
Okay, I didn't hear you say
Oh,
that.
yeah, it was included.
Education tuition, okay,
Okay.
I agree.
Have you voted?
No.
Can you restate the motion for the record, Ms. Best?
Yes, the motion is to pass the Public Works budget with the cuts of tuition assistance, office supplies, books and subscriptions, engineering, services,
Convention.
Conference and conventions,
conference and
by
convention
1,000.
by 1,000.
And to allow on-call staff to take their vehicles home.
Okay, until, all staff to take their vehicles home. There was a previous motion from Mayor Bennett to do that. Do I just strike that one?
No, I didn't make the motion. It was just a comment I made.
Oh, it was a comment?
It was a comment that I
Okay.
made. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so. Are we good?
Who's second?
Second.
Sorry, call for the vote. Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No,
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Can I make a request real quick? There's another bullet in here that really hits us hard, and that's the credit card issue. My supervisors and my office manager, the only one that has credit card other than me, and they're the ones working late. And if you take that away, whoever has the card will have to come out in the middle of the night to buy the part we need to get the drain flowing. And I'd like to be able to have key staff retain possession of the credit card.
Define the
Can-
key
can you-
staff.
I think we gotta have a policy.
Well, I'm just saying, that's gonna
We
kill
just
us.
look at that in another work session, I
Yeah.
think.
Okay, but thank you for considering it.
I think there is a policy in there.
There's a credit card policy.
Yeah.
Nobody monitors.
Social services.
So, and Mr. Spicer is here. Their funding predominantly comes from the state, and we have a very small percent match of that. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, so come up and correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, or Mr. Spicer, sorry. If we cut from their budget, we're still gonna be responsible for providing the service, but we won't get the state support. So it doesn't make any sense to cut the DSS budget because of the amount of state support we get. And if we cut it, we still have to provide the service, and we're 100% responsible for the service. Am I correct? Yeah, so.
Make a
I would
motion
not-
to approve the social services, the budget presented in the manager, as the manager presented. whatever
Second.
that verbiage was.
And just restate it for the record.
The motion is to accept social services budget as presented by
Right.
city manager.
And seconded by Vice Mayor Parton.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
yeah,
Motion passes 6-0.
5. Did she say yeah?
Yeah, I did.
What? Oh, because there's no change.
Moving on to Circuit Court.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council, the Circuit Court has presented a letter to you guys by Ms. Ward. Ms. Ward indicates that her technology fund is returned back to the city on a yearly basis. And I had listed that as $20,000, something like that. But it was already accepted in the budget by the city manager in May of 2022. So there are no changes in her budget, and she is requesting no reductions.
No additional reduction.
And they operate very thin over there, and they get their funding. A lot of their funding comes through comp board for all their salaries. So, and I can say the clerk doesn't. She doesn't ask. She comes in every year, and every year when we talk about budget, she said, "I'm not asking for anything."
Where do her fees go back, to her or the general fund?
We increase those court fees.
So the fees are collected, they're collected and come in, but they're to be used for specific things in the courts
I mean, so it goes back to them.
for
It's
use.
back to general fund.
Yeah, it comes in, but it has to go back to them, for them to be able to utilize. I can't spend it to buy Dr. Maker a new computer.
Well, I'm very confident in the Circuit Court clerk's proposal. She's been there for a while. She knows her stuff. You call her, you ask her, she's ready to give you what she does. I know she works on, like city manager said, on a thin budget. So I would like to, I really have to agree that I'm going to.
Yeah, I
I'd
would
like
say.
to make a
okay,
motion to approve the circuit court clerk's budget as presented by the city manager.
Second.
Keep this train going.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Anybody here? I'm going for it.
Commissioner Revenue.
Commissioner Revenue, Ms. Debbie Reason is not here tonight. She has offered up $9,372 from her budget. And taking a look at her budget,
The deputy is here.
I can't hear you.
Is a deputy here?
The deputy is here.
Amanda.
She didn't want to get up there.
I was like, she's right there.
Okay.
Good evening. So we basically did across the board, we cut pretty much everything in our budget except for 4 line items.
Oh, wow.
Which was a total of $9,372, which is right at 11%, 12%.
You said,
Make
can
a
you go
motion.
that again? Say that again?
We cut a total of $9,372. And it's pretty much every line item we cut, except for 4, that we use all of that.
But are those line items that you cut actually things you need to keep as essential?
Yes, like postage, things like that.
So
for
can
the
you just go
citizens.
through the white section and tell us what really is essential so we can do the math?
So you asked if the ones you cut were essential, and she said yes, but she said postage, which she didn't cut. So what they're asking is, of the ones you cut, are there some things that you really need to keep?
Yeah. No?
No.
Oh,
We're
okay.
fine with
Thank
that.
you for
I
that
make-
clarification.
Thank you.
We
So
cut
I
so
make a
many
motion
line
that we
items, it's
accept
better to
these.
tell you the ones we didn't cut.
Okay, so you didn't cut anything critical that you guys, okay.
We did not cut anything.
Yeah,
critical.
just,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Make a
Thank
motion
you,
to
Debbie.
approve the
Commissioner
the
Reasoning.
revenues
Second.
budget as presented with cuts. Thank you for doing that.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Especially since you have one of the smallest budgets in the city.
Was there a second?
Yeah, second.
Vice Mayor, second. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton, Councilor Pelham,
yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, we got the Commonwealth Attorney. Commonwealth Attorney.
Oh, he has nowhere to cut.
The Commonwealth Attorney, Mr. Rick Newman, submitted documentation and email. He's not requesting any cuts. He indicates that his cutting his budget will require to lay off an attorney.
Is that the attorney we gave him earlier, Mr. March? Is that the,
I have a,
who is the attorney that we paid for over there? That circuit court?
What, we funded last
years
year
ago.
an additional attorney to address body cam, body worn cam review
Right.
in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. There was not an additional position in this year's budget because of the shortfall. But last year you did do an additional attorney in that office.
But this person has a separate budget, I thought.
Well,
We
there's
did have
a,
a separate budget
there's a,
line.
we fund, not in the city, not the city attorney's office, not in the Commonwealth Attorney's office. There's a clerk in the judge's office.
Yes.
And the circuit court judge that we in Prince George and the people in the communities in the circuit fund that position.
Yeah, why didn't we get anything on him to cut? Because his budget was pretty steep to be with 1/3 of his budget, but I think it was pretty intense with what we give him. Or her, whoever.
Well,
it
so
is. But I didn't see that.
the majority and the bulk of the expense for the clerk and some other items are between the city and Prince George. We fund it. Now, the clerk's office, or the clerk, is also receiving funding from the other jurisdictions within the circuit. I'm trying to remember all of them.
Surrey County,
Surrey, Sussex,
Prince George and us.
well, Prince George and us are already there. Surrey, Sussex, I can't remember if Brunswick.
Greenville.
It might be Greensville and Emporia.
Yeah.
Those are the others in the circuit. I don't recall the judge's budget being really large. I mean, it's what, their function.
Well, can you send that to us tomorrow? I couldn't find it, but I remember something about it was weird.
Okay.
It'd be
Yeah.
fine.
So we can provide you, well, obviously it'll be our portion of the support
Yeah,
for.
that's all I want.
Is there a motion?
I move that we keep Commonwealth's attorney's budget as presented by the city manager.
Second.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we have the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office operate two locations, his main office, and then he has a division, which he outlines and names as courts. And so you'll see two service contracts, submitted behind that as documentation. But he is requesting $6,950 be reduced from his budget. In the line item, he made a typo there. Instead of the office supply line item, which is 5,500, he is requesting that remain the same, but the agricultural supply line, which is $5,000, that is what he would like to cut instead. And that is because he had a K-9 that was in the past that was there, but he no longer has a K-9, and those are his cuts.
Does the total still equal the same with that change to 500?
It's just changed 500.
So
I mean,
guess
is it
goes to
reduction?
69.50.
69,
50 would be the number.
69.50, yes,
69.50?
yes.
Make a motion to approve the sheriff office budget with the cuts presented by the sheriff.
Second.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay. Treasurer's office. Madam Treasurer.
Good evening, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm coming to present.
Can you speak in that mic, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize, I got the wrong documentation in for the treasurer, so permission to pass out her budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give me another one.
All right, as presented, my budget is $76,919.45. I am hoping to go ahead and cut our other professional services, which is our robber half. I know you guys was talking earlier, I'm not for sure, again, the terminology or the definition of the two, but our other professional service is robber half, and then our service contracts is our BMS, which is our printing vendor. So with other professional services, you guys see our budget was $120,000. We actually did $116,000 for the year of last year, and we are hoping to cut this budget so we can per se get the full-time position that we need for our accounting. Because we don't need other professional service with Robert Half if we have a full-time accountant.
Awesome. Any
So
questions?
you're not recommending any changes yet, right? Because
The
that
23.
person we're not discussing that till next month, correct?
And discussing what, I'm sorry?
The other person, the accountant,
It's
Well,
in it until
it's
we
in this
reduce it.
budget.
huh?
It's in it until we eliminate it.
The new person?
We proposed in the budget a position for her department.
Okay, it is in,
And it
okay.
sounds like what the treasurer's suggesting is that she could eliminate $23,801. The remaining funds from that line item would then go up to cover the cost of that position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go up.
Well, go up to the salary section of the budget.
Okay, okay. That's what I
Go
was trying to
move up
figure
line
out.
items, the items which they can't touch.
Yes.
Yes,
Alright,
I understand.
So you had your question answered?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
I mean, I'm gonna make a motion, but just to give you a little cushion, I would probably say 23,000. You have this down to exact dollar amount, and who knows, like, if you really need like the $800 to, you know. So I would say to approve the treasurer's department budget with the budget cut from other professional services of $23,000.
Second.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway. The motion passes,
Thank you.
Thank you,
5-1.
guys.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Voter registration office?
All right, last but not least, so the budget that you had that was for, listed under the treasurer is actually the voter registration.
It
okay?
looks, if you go to the, behind, it's on the next.
Is one there too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I put it in there twice. So the voter registration is not proposing any cuts. He has indicated that he does not have any, areas to cut. His convention, meals, dues, and memberships are all related. They're required by state code for him to have certain, training. And so there are no cuts proposed for voter registration's office.
I have a question. He needs $51,000. Is that 51,000 for furniture? What kind of furniture they need for $51,000?
Replace.
I'm not sure what the new request was for, Mr. Altman, when he met with you during budget, what he indicated.
Well, they've got
Voting machine?
tables for voting
Voting
machines and those things that they.
Two new voting
Yeah,
machines
two new
is what
voting
he
machines,
ordered.
tables for those voting machines, replacement of tables, just things that wear out over time.
I gave some
Yeah.
pretty good tables in there, I see.
Well, my suggestion was that because of the sensitivity and the nature of the election, that we don't mess with what they need.
No, if
Because,
it's just regular furniture, they just look like new furniture in there to me.
no, this isn't in the building, this is like stuff to take out to the polling places. So they get a new voting machine in, you've gotta have the table and all that to put the voting machine on. So that goes out to the polling places, we're not talking about their office per se. So, then I agree, we just, 2 years ago, opened a nice
Yeah, well,
brand new
I thought we had
office.
purchased all those
Yeah.
machines.
Well, they're getting 2 new voting machines. So
They
that's,
cost $51,000.
they're not
They're
cheap.
expensive. Yep.
I like,
I think that's a state code requirement. Something came down through the General Assembly to
Yeah.
do that, right? It was a General
don't be
Assembly
making up stuff.
Yeah.
vote that.
And we gotta do what we can to make sure that the election is all done. They
Oh,
got
really?
everything they need and, we don't wanna mess it up.
I didn't know that was important to America.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve the voter registrar's office as presented by city manager.
Second.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, so we have one last thing on the agenda. It's the finance budget cut analysis, where there are other areas outside of the operating budget that also had cuts that we need to take a look at and approve.
So that's what this is?
Yes, it was emailed to you today.
Yeah, well, I didn't print it, so.
Well, it was on the page.
It was
It was on the table.
It was on table.
It's on the handout.
So up at the top,
I know, I want to go through it.
yeah, please.
Okay, so the first, all general funds, these are here indicate that, the way it was explained to me, and Mr. Terry is in the audience, so he can clarify if I'm wrong. But it was explained to me that if you guys wanted to look, he looked at this holistically. If you wanted to remove all mileage from all departments, 14,190 will be what you save. If you wanted to eliminate travel, lodging, conferences, and meals across the board, this would be the amount that you would save. Obviously, we just spent the last 3 hours going through the exercise of determining whether we could or could not. So, you know, that's just a picture, to paint a picture for you, what the amount saved would be if we cut it across every department.
So
Did
from
we
all
talk about
general
this-
fund down to city clerk, we pretty much discussed it. So
We
Wait,
didn't
what-
talk about city manager.
no, that's what I said, all general fund down to city clerk has already been discussed, so that's.
It's already been discussed, so we
Okay, so you
can,
can drop down, right?
we can kind of, you know, scratch it off the list.
Uh-huh.
So if we go down to non-departmental funds.
No, city manager, where is that?
It's under city clerk, that's where she should be
Okay.
at.
No, it's under city clerk,
So
but
you wanted to eliminate the
assistant
assistant
city manager,
Assistant city
yes,
manager,
okay.
So
and that is the
that's
cost associated with this.
salary
person.
and.
Okay.
And fringe
Check.
benefits. Right.
Check, okay.
And
But
then
we
you-
didn't go over your budget, did we?
No,
Why don't we go over his budget?
I was out. So you were gonna eliminate that and you were gonna eliminate all the travel, so.
No, I thought we were
can
gonna eliminate
travel.
economic development for
We said
several
that.
hundred
The
thousand.
economic development piece is, those are, so looking at your motion, it was reduce economic development line item to only include previously approved incentives, that's all that's in there.
There's two economic development lines, there's your whole department that's under you, and there's a separate economic development with $20,000. That's what was presented to us at the meeting.
And I thought it was 100.
And that one under you had like travel, subscription, da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right, so that was, that's where we had, the position there, and then you have the one that has the incentives in it, right, so, okay. And so, you know,
What's okay mean?
well, I'm just understanding what she's saying.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to clarify the economic development thing in here in the motion that was passed last, well, I guess it was last week. The only thing there are that things that have been approved by council, those incentive payments or those rent payments that have been approved by council. There's nothing additional in that money.
Right, but what we said during the meeting was there's two, so really cut the other one, that's everything that's literally not the payments.
Right, so that, but,
But it's not here because it wasn't, yes, right.
yeah, and so we can eliminate the travel out of our budget, which is what y'all had indicated in your, motion. And you indicated you wanted to eliminate the assistant city manager position, and I mean, we can do that. I wouldn't recommend it, but we can do that. So, you know, that would, all of our travel, we can total that number up, there. Since that was one of the bullets to eliminate travel with the exception of certifications, I don't know of any certifications that we need to have, so.
Well, the other one was to eliminate the contingency fund, which I'm not for.
That's down at the bottom, that's a whole separate fund. Yeah, it's under non-departmental. So for the city manager section, Dr. Maker, where you are, Mr. Altman said, this is city manager, check. So go back and clarify the economic development stuff that we talked about, check. Is there anything else for city manager? So then she can keep going through the rest of her thing. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then now you're a commissioner of revenue, and you did that.
So we kind of really knocked out the middle part here for all departments. And then we have non-departmental contingency fund, $350,000. Outside agency, Virginia State University, 2,500, Richard Bland, Legal Aid, City of Refuge, and Downtown Partnership.
And I don't, we'll talk about each one.
I mean, I don't have any individual information. These are, according to your budget motion last week, you wanted to consider.
We didn't say, we said look at them, we didn't say.
You just said look at
I-
them. Okay.
Well, I said, suggested if you didn't have a request for someone, we did say that.
Okay.
And is all these the people you didn't get requests from? I know City of Refuge gave you a request. Huh?
He
Is that-
said it was late.
It was late.
Well, I think you got it, so.
Well, wait a minute, because that, we got, you said anything late on the.
I didn't say nothing about being late. I
So
didn't say that you
just
get.
for consensus, because
Yeah,
it
you
is
did,
10
on the
o'clock at
college.
night. For contingency fund, we said, yeah. Virginia State, does anyone want to cut these outside?
I have
agencies?
a thing to say,
Please.
but
I was just gonna ask a question on the contingency item. Mr. Altman, what expenses have you used that fund for in the past couple years, like the last 2 years?
So, off the top of my head, we had servers that we needed to buy, that crashed, that we needed to replace. Just, so outside of what we use it for, we have, it's there in case something like that happens. And I guard it, particularly through the first half of the year. I don't really let anything out. But when things happen, when Dr. Maker comes in and says, okay, we had our telephone server crash, we need to buy one, I don't have it in my budget, I go there and we buy it and get us up and running again.
Well, all you have to do now is come and ask council for it.
Right, so.
Public Works was down yesterday. I mean, they would have been down for 2 days before I could get back to
Right,
council
we
to
know that
ask
that
you.
happens, but there's been times where there's been planned projects in the contingency fund, because during the last budget cycle, it was a couple that was mentioned, and it was we kind of planned to use this money for this project or whatever. It's happened before.
The contingency is money there only if something happens during the year. I don't go into the budget saying, well, I'll pay for that out of
Right.
contingency. No, ma'am, no.
Okay.
It is there to address those issues that come up
much.
as an emergency.
So how much
Is
have
there
you
a policy?
spent, how much have you spent in the last 3 years in contingency fund?
I don't have my book in front of me to go back, but
You gotta
I mean,
know that.
this year, I think, with things that have come up, during the year, and I think we've spent probably 200 or more of it, I know.
So can you
Because we
tell us
just,
what
you
you
know-
spent the last 3 fiscal years in some
I mean,
type
we
of format?
can go to the budget book and there's
I
a
know.
contingency, and I can find what we spent the last 3 years, yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right,
Why
and then we
weren't
go,
these
the
questions
next
asked
line,
before tonight?
the next line
The next
outside,
line is Richard Bland.
same, you didn't get a request from them, Mr. Terry? Okay, Mr. Terry is right here, why are you explaining this? I don't understand.
It'd be easier to say who wants to cut them. I want to keep all
Me,
of
it's
them.
right.
Dr. Manker was tasked to do the budget.
Yeah, okay, but the head of the department there, okay, Dr. Manker, why is Virginia State not on here?
This isn't her sheet.
Virginia State is there. It's the
I mean,
second one.
it's on here. Did you get a request from them?
No, ma'am.
Did you get a
None
request?
of these have, except for the one that Miss Debbie Randolph pointed out, but I think it was late. But no other requests. These are what we generally give. Write down.
She's just giving us a snapshot of everything that
Why
we
the
asked
man is
for.
right here. Good
Everything
gracious.
on the list here, the City of Refuge requested $100,000, first of all. And historically, we've been doing 50. And they also submitted it late, their request, beyond the period in which we have tasked everybody else to have their things in. Virginia State, Richard Bland, and everybody else on here, as far as the best I can communicate to you,
Downtown
had
Partnership?
not submitted the formal request.
Downtown Partnership didn't give you a formal
But do
request?
they usually do it? Because it's every week.
But that's a, yeah.
We just been going,
It's an agreement.
yeah, under agreement.
It's
So
not
then
an
I
agreement.
suggest we take them
Yes.
all. And I know you don't, but, and we just agree that we give them what we've always given them.
Who?
Downtown
No,
Partnership.
I said fund them.
And I would like also keep City of Refuge on there. Might keep,
And so just, as Mr. Terry said, City of Refuge asked for 100,000, we typically give them 50.
right, keep
Part
it
of
at
ARPA
50.
money is eligible for City of Refuge, plus, once the opioid settlement money begins to come in, obviously, one of the requirements of the use of that money could go towards treatment, which you could use, put a sum of money with them from that also, but, because that would help them towards their 100, but we do 50 every year, and because of the shortfall, this is what everybody was getting before, that's kind of.
And just to add to it, they were there because of the global request. Quite frankly, it just depends on what you want to do, but these particularly City of Refuge, they do need help. So this just not was arbitrary, but we just heard what you said and we brought back the information.
I have
So-
2 lights on. Oh, after you're done.
I got a light on?
After you're done, I have 3.
So, and the other 2 colleges did send requests, correct, Mr. Terry?
All right, what you
The
said
other
now?
2 colleges, Longwood and.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one, what's the other one?
Richard Bland, Virginia State.
Tyler.
John
Tyler,
Tyler.
okay, so you did get a request from them.
Yeah.
So, legal aid,
They're back on.
you saying take away $10,000?
I think this is the first year that
Yeah.
they submitted anything.
Right, so
Right.
can we give them something? I mean, because in light of all what's going on, people that are impoverished are getting squatted on.
But there is a program that development just started with legal aid, so if this should be funded, it's that home thing for the eviction assistance.
Yeah,
I don't know, I think this is just a request from legal aid.
Not part,
I don't think so.
because legal aid is a part of that home thing with eviction assistance and stuff like that, so you're
Right, but
saying separate from.
I think they just made a request.
Okay.
We can
they
go
help
back and
people
look
in
at the letter.
Hopewell. They would help service people from Hopewell, correct? I think we should leave it in. And downtown partnership for sure. So we basically dropped the 2 colleges until they learn to put in their request. And everything else, that's my motion.
Oh, you have a motion?
I mean, yeah, if we need a motion, that's my motion is to leave, for non-departmental monies, to leave everything in except drop Virginia State and Richard Bland.
All right, motion fails first because there's no second. I have Vice Mayor Parton, Councilor Randolph, and then Councilor Gore.
So I was just gonna make a recommendation that we reduce the contingency fund to 250, and then, for outside agencies, add in the Lamb Arts Center for $10,000, since she actually did come and give us a presentation, and she filled out her paperwork on time. So I'd like to make that a motion.
Motion dies for lack of a second. Councilor
Can I make-
Randolph?
My only caution is that I don't care who we fund and who we don't, but it be done by a majority of council, and that if we set up criteria and talk about what that criteria is, then we don't pick and choose around that criteria. We use that criteria, we move forward with that criteria, and we try and be consistent in how we choose where our money's going, to whom, and as long as they've met the criteria that we've set. So if nothing else, we need to reestablish criteria if we're not gonna follow what we've already talked about, and set that to go forward with. Thank you.
Councilor Gore?
support the reduction, okay, so let me just, Dr. Maker, let me make sure I'm tracking what you have.
I can't hear you.
I want to make sure I'm tracking what Dr. Maker has before I make my suggestion. Continue to cut the assistant city manager position.
I think you already made the motion to do that.
Right, but it's in her paper. And then we asked for 3 years of the contingency fund usage. Get the updated economic development figures in this cuts for the other department that's separate. We said to cut everything but our obligations. Before I ask my question, am I correct with everyone is that correct what we said earlier?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
said, yeah.
Okay. Now, with the contingency, I'm fine with reducing it as well to 250. As for outside agency, I do agree with Councilor Randolph. We have to be clear. However, downtown partnership, even though some would disagree, that has always been something that we funded when they became a Main Street organization. And we reduced their funding already. This is for operations for them. So that's just like cutting again without giving them notice that they're gonna have to have
We don't,
So,
70K.
so to clarify, the current year's budget has 70,000 in it.
Okay.
There was a reduction in the previous year's budget, but it was
Right.
restored in last year's budget. We funded them at $70,000 a
Okay.
year.
that's correct.
But this is but the suggestions take this away.
Yeah, it's the suggestion was a total cut, but the 70,000 isn't a
It's in
reduction
the
in what
budget.
we,
It's in
of
the
what we. $70,000 is in the proposed budget
Right.
already.
And if it's cut, then they
Right.
won't have the 70K.
Yeah, but it sounded like you were saying that the 70,000 is a reduction of a previous higher number.
No, I'm saying we've cut them before, and if we cut this 70K, they're not gonna have anything
Yeah, they
from
won't have
us. And this is needed for their operation. So I think since we're being tough on everybody else, even though I like the legal aid, I really think it should be funded. But in fairness to everybody else who's done cuts, I'm fine with only funding the downtown partnership because of the critical part of their operations. So my emotion will probably die as well. I move to make a motion to continue,
I'm sorry, what are you adding in? Are you adding in this as well? I thought we had that in another motion. The contingency fund was already,
No, it's all in here.
Well,
We
the
never did any of
contingency
that.
motion died, for lack of a
Right.
second.
But it's not in the other department stuff. This is all the outside stuff. We never decided.
so we're keeping the contingency account.
It
This
says
is there as a
eliminate
cut.
contingency
It's
fund.
eliminated.
Oh, it's eliminated.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure and be clear.
Was that a motion we made to eliminate it last time?
That was a directive in the motion to eliminate it.
Yeah, so that's already done.
You have a motion?
I do. It was in there to cut, and I was a champion of that because I feel about the contingency fund. However, due to the clarifications made, I will concede that if there are no planning projects in there, I can see it funded at 250, but we still need to get that 3-year average. So what my motion would be, for me, whoever yes knows it, to continue to cut this as city manager, reduce contingency fund to $250,000, request the city manager to bring back a 3-year actual cost, like for expenditures, for assessment. For city manager to also bring back a revised economic development budget, consolidated into one that only includes our obligated payments. And I'm gonna stop there, because I don't know what's gonna happen with these non-departmental, so I'm gonna stop there.
Yep, no, that's good. I was gonna say, let's try to get something done. I'll second it.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Because it's late, and I just want to be sure I'm making the right choice. Are you including removing the outside
I didn't make a motion touching that. That's the only piece that's left to be decided.
Okay.
So someone would need to make a motion
So
on
you-
that, and that's the last piece.
You're,
Okay, so we're making the motion to decrease the contingency dollar value to 250.
Requiring them to bring back 3 years so we can see what the actual trend is.
yeah, what we spent the three, well, the.
But it's still gonna go in there, but they still, when, do they have to show it to us before it goes into the budget or
Yeah, That's
after?
part of the stuff for tomorrow.
Okay. You cut the city manager's budget, I mean, assistant city managers, lot,
Well, you're just,
position?
essentially, you're just saying you keep that in because y'all voted to cut that. The motion was to cut that at the last meeting. So I don't know, I really don't know that you have to add that because y'all already
You don't
voted.
have, we already cut
Okay,
it.
You already
all right,
voted to
well,
do that.
go ahead, so that's, can you restate the motion, please?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's late, and that was a big motion, Counselor Gore. So I know that we want to decrease the contingency budget by 250.
Two 250.
Two 200.
To 250,000, I'm sorry, and to keep the downtown partnership.
No.
Stop.
You ready to start over? My
Jazz,
motion
please read your
is
motion.
to reduce, I get what you're trying to say about assistant manager. To reduce the contingency fund to $250,000. Direct the city manager to provide council a 3-year expenditure report,
What that cost was.
what that costs,
Yeah, what we spent each year.
what you spend each year. And then for him to bring back a consolidated economic development budget that only includes our obligated payments.
You don't, how do you know what that is?
Because it's a separate line item that they already have
Well,
in the budget, it's there. Like the rent and all those other things, and the
Oh.
incentives and stuff like that, yeah.
We just said it, you don't.
It was a lot. That's my motion.
Okay.
So-
All right, can you just restate the motion for the record? I'm
Okay.
sorry, March, did you have something?
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
may I make a suggestion, to council? I know it's late, you trying to do things efficiently, but given that those are three distinct actions, you might want to divide that motion rather than combine it. It'd certainly be much easier to repeat and articulate. Obviously, that's your option, your choice, but it might make the record easier to review and make it clearer.
Madam Mayor, may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I was gonna say. Can we just take each one of these items, and if you get a consensus to keep it in, fine. If you don't, we make the motion like we've been doing for the rest
But
all
that's
night.
what we're doing, so I'll divide
Would
this
you-
motion to 3. Everything else
No,
listed need to be
do
decided.
it one. If it's a consensus, to be consistent, it don't have to have a motion. If it
Any
does- if it's
objections?
not a
I
cons-
object to everything. I don't know where you've been at, so.
I've been here, but I'm
But she's
saying
gonna- and then we're
she's
gonna
agreed.
No, I
have to
haven't.
have a vote.
She has
Well,
not objected
well,
to
the two
everything.
departments. I have a
Okay.
motion on the floor, so the city attorney's giving me guidance. I still have the floor to make the
Yes,
motion?
ma'am, I'm
So we
sorry.
can get this over with, and people can yay it. So motion on the floor is to reduce the contingency fund to $250,000 and for the manager to bring back a 3-year expenditure report for cost per each year. That's all one thing.
Second. No, I don't second it. I don't,
It's been moved to second, so I guess it's that discussion.
no, it's not.
He said
The 3-year report, is that for the contingency fund?
Yes,
three-
that's why I kept them together.
The trend of because we were talking about what we're reducing
So
it to.
discussion.
What did we spend in total on, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year? And then that sets you up for, is 250 in the ballpark.
Are you gonna put a time on that he has to have it?
It's for tomorrow, because we need to know.
I know tomorrow, but the last thing you asked for, you said
Noon.
noon. I'm just
No.
saying.
Yes, noon
Did
for
you need it
everything
by a
else.
certain time?
Yes,
We
thank
can
you.
have it.
You're welcome.
By noon tomorrow, that's in the motion?
Yes, do you accept
Yes,
that friendly amendment by noon tomorrow?
That's fine.
Oh, my,
Counselor Pelham?
I would like to make an amendment to reduce the budget to, down to $100,000. The contingency fund, and with all the other verbiage you can keep in about the noon and all of that. But reduce the contingency budget down to $100,000.
So how much
Of course,
was,
that motion has to be taken up before the other, if it's seconded.
Are you guys okay with that?
I think that's too low until I see the data.
so how much was our server?
Don't worry.
Why don't we
about
just
it.
wait until we see the, why don't we just wait until we see the data?
I'm sorry, guys. I really would like to recommend that we keep the contingency budget or reduce it to
Motion's on the
250.
floor.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Motion is on the floor.
We need to determine if there's a second to Ms. Collins' motion to
It's
amend.
not.
There's no
So it
second.
That's what we're trying to tell you. Save your breath. It's not a second. It's at 250.
Long as in the
Is that
minutes.
250?
Yeah.
It will be.
Okay.
It will be.
Did that pass?
We're doing it now, so I'm trying to tell you, like,
Okay, roll call.
Is it for that first motion?
Yes.
That Gore just made? Okay, got it. Okay. Counselor, Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
No,
Oh, man.
Counselor Holloway.
No. All right.
Motion
fails.
fails.
So the whole thing is gutted now, right? All right. Let's start the
Okay,
my next
I'd like
motion.
to,
Yes, your next
All right,
motion.
my next motion is for the city manager to bring back, to provide Dr. Maker and Finance Director a consolidated economic development budget that only includes our obligated payments.
So what do you mean by consolidated budget?
Again, when Mr. Terry presented to us,
Mhm.
in his presentation, there was 2 economic development sections.
Right, there's an economic development fund,
Right,
and then there's an economic development division underneath.
city manager.
City manager.
And in that division is where he had the obligated payments.
Mhm.
The fund had $20,000, and we're like, we don't need that. So what I'm saying is cut the fund, reduce
Okay.
the other one to just what's required.
what's the fund for?
We don't know, that's what we're
I'm trying to think,
figure
I'm
out.
trying to think off the top of my
It's for
head.
fun.
10, 15.
That wasn't the money that we gave to the cities for the businesses for their facade improvement, was it?
You have to talk to,
No, that's in
you have to
development
talk to the
department.
city manager about that.
No, that
I
wasn't,
think that's in development.
Yeah.
It is a random 20,000.
because that was, yeah, that was from,
Cutting stuff we don't know.
I thought that's what we asked
Can you
for.
restate the motion?
Motion is for the city manager to, I forgot the word,
provide a
can restate it better.
consolidated.
provide was the word I'm looking for. The director,
No, I'll just say it again.
just please
For the
do.
city manager to absolve the economic development fund and to bring back an economic development department budget that only includes our obligated payments, or vice versa, whatever title
Totally.
fits better.
So you're eliminating everything else in the division of economic development's budget, so we won't have any economic development support at all right now.
We don't even know what's going on now, so that's a part of it to bring it back so we can flesh it out. Because it was under the city manager's office.
Okay.
Well, that was what the motion was that we adopted, so
Second.
I'm just trying to.
it's just.
Counselor Pelham, you have a question?
Did someone second your motion?
I guess you did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
You
so
seconded.
second.
Yeah, she said second.
It's okay, no, I didn't,
No, I didn't know Parton, did you say second?
I thought you did. I was waiting for the next motion after we vote for this.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. I'm very tired. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No,
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
I'd like to make, is my turn now?
didn't need economic development.
Yeah,
Yes.
I did everything but the
I'd
non-departmental.
like to make a motion that we,
What?
add City of Refuge back to the without the reduction of the $50,000 out of the $100,000 they requested, as well as the downtown part two. We'll do it individually.
That's under non-departmental, so.
Yeah, to
outside-
add,
I mean, we haven't taken it out, we haven't even had a motion to take it out, so we don't need to add it back in. It was just to consider, right? Am I
Right.
correct?
oh, that's right.
Well,
It's to consider.
Okay,
So
so
we
it's
haven't taken it
in-
out.
So it's in now.
Is it in
Okay.
the budget, Mr. Altman?
it is
Yes, it was.
currently in the budget, but I wasn't at your meeting, but I think y'all did something that then said these people that either didn't submit on time or then
We
they
ain't
had
saying
to
that about no
be
time.
put on the block.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but-
it's currently in, this is to put them on the block, but they haven't been cut yet.
They still wasn't, they weren't taken out.
Right.
Right. They were in the recommended budget.
Well, I recommend they stay in. How about that?
We ain't gotta make a motion.
I make the motion that those persons, agencies listed, except for Virginia State and Richard Bland, be eliminated from the non-departmental agencies. Stay in. And I was gonna say add Lamb of Arts for 10 grand, but if that is gonna throw it all off, I'll just make another motion for
I think
that.
we're saying they're all in, so there really isn't a motion to make. They're all funded.
Okay, forget it then.
We have Mr. Terry's budget.
I'd like to make a motion that we do add Lamb of Arts in for 10 grand.
Second.
I make a friendly amendment. We're adding more money to this, and everything else we did not add anything tonight, even the
Took away.
police department.
That's right.
It's for concerns for tomorrow, so I know it's nothing against Lamb Arts, but I just don't support doing this tonight.
And
I don't
you
support
may have
adding-
an opportunity when we look at
With the
landmarks
ARPA funds.
to ARPA funds.
Yeah.
I do have to say it as well, you know, this is just I just don't want, other departments to feel that they had to cut in order to give to other departments. Everyone did their due diligence to go through their budget, and we're not taking your money to turn around and give it somewhere
Well,
else.
I
And I mean,
withdraw.
this is not a
Okay, I
socialist type
withdraw my
of
motion.
movement we're making.
I'll wait till the ARPA funds come around. I will wait till the ARPA funds come around.
Did I say something wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm just
I
saying,
just
like, I just
withdrew
don't
my
feel like
motion.
this is
City manager would have to
appropriate.
say.
So, okay, so you're withdrawing your motion because it's in the budget already. So we're not doing anything.
No, I'm not, I'm just for the Lamb of Arts, not the,
So you want to amend that portion of your motion?
I didn't have, that was not even,
Well, you
I
made
didn't
it-
make the other motion because you say it's in the budget.
Right.
Okay,
They're
all
not-
right, so, well, I had written down that, you know, keep City of Refuge legal aid to Fountain Partnership and add $10,000, which is
Right.
what you said
So take that
originally,
part,
and
to
then
make it to
keep
change.
VSU and RBC
Pretty much,
out.
just scratch all that, just say no change.
Okay, I just have to make a comment here. The request, there was a request for, can we talk, we do need to talk about this tomorrow because there was an addition, you wanted to reduce a non-departmental fund down about, what? $90,000. So, you know, this is in the budget. The non-departmental are in the budget, so if you want to reduce, I think we should talk about that tomorrow. We have, because I don't see what we have right here, what they actually requested. We see what we think we could cut. This is just a lot.
This is what they requested, well, with the exception of City of Refuge, which requested $100,000.
And so did Lamb Arts requested 100,000.
I thought,
They requested 100,000.
They were the only new organization.
Right.
And they submitted their paperwork on time and didn't get $1.
So
The addition
this is
doesn't-
just a lot, and I don't want it to. So we're looking like we're just trying to move money around, cutting someone else's budget to add somewhere else. And we made every single department scrape all the way down, and I don't think it's fair to turn around and add or, to other budgets. I think that We did whatever we could tonight. Mr. Terry is here to give us his part of the finance department. I think we should just go ahead and leave this here now, where we are, and pick this up tomorrow.
So for clarification, that means no change to non-departmental outside agencies.
And we can discuss that tomorrow.
Whatever was recommended in the budget, from what I understand y'all are saying.
Your budget.
Whatever I recommended in the budget for outside agencies
Is
is
staying.
what will
Yes.
stand at this point in
Yes,
time.
yes.
Until we
Subject
discuss
to
that
change
tomorrow.
till tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Terry?
Here it comes.
Nine.
Okay. You passed it down? Already, finance is composed of the accounting unit, the budget unit, procurement unit, and the real estate assessor. At the very top to the far right, the format that I'm following, that the IT director had been working with the departments, you see the budget reduction. If you come down under the accounting, you can see the lodging, and you can see the convention, and you can see that for accounting, $3,250. When you come down under the budget unit, there is travel again, there's travel, lodging, and convention and conferences, and furniture and fixtures and equipment, coming up to $6,650. And then you come down to the procurement, and again, it's a reduction of $800 on conventions and conferences. There are, particularly on this one, there are some things in which the procurement officer has to stay current on and go to. But anyway, those were those If you turn the page, the total amount that I had as a summary is 10,700. So those are the categories that was reduced. Okay, now in the service contracts, if you look at the budget unit on the front page, you can see the 10,000. I put it out there to the side so you can see that. That's the budget. And then if you turn the page over, the service contracts that I had mentioned before comes up to 44,700. And so the two is the 54,700.
That's all. I have Councilor Gorin, then Vice Mayor Parton.
So, for the furniture and equipment, why do you guys need to keep that in your department? That seems like something easy you can reduce to, like, I forgot who gave up all furniture, a couple people did. So is there a need that you need to replace furniture up there now?
Right now, the desks and things that we have, we're hoping to relocate to another location, and so we had put in to have a replacement, and so I've been able to look at it, and we can still go with 50% of what we have.
They can't take their furniture with them? Or are you gonna leave that furniture there for whoever's coming in?
Yeah,
That's what you're trying to,
Yeah.
so where you're going, you don't have any furniture where you're going?
that's
So
right.
Where are you going?
So this is, we talked about moving development downstairs to the first floor. We brought back opportunities to try to do renovation. From a staff perspective, we had a conversation, we're gonna utilize the space as existing. We will need to come back at some point in time and talk about having more of a friendly counter than that wall that was there for dispatch that you had to talk to, because if we're gonna bring people in with plans, we need to have a little bit different counter that, so that'll be a different discussion. But we're able to we're moving development downstairs with their inspectors. So we're kind of following the same plan, which frees up the inspector's office upstairs for Dr. Manker to move her staff upstairs from the second floor. So she will have everybody on the same floor. On the second floor where her staff is, where Ms. Leon, the paralegal, will move to, so then the paralegal and the city attorney will be side by side. And then when we vacate development's area upstairs, we'll move finance in there so they're all together, and we'll be able to move payroll from the second floor up into finance with the rest of the finance.
I thought that development purchased a whole bunch of desks last year, because I remember them talking about that.
They got, I think they got free desks. Free desks.
Frida.
Yeah,
So,
free. I can't remember where they got them from, but they were all free.
so they have free desks to take downstairs. Well, so when they leave, their furniture is gonna still be in the development office. So are you moving those? Like, is there? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, so they got free desks. I can't remember off the top of my head if everybody got a free desk or some
people. So
desks
there's
will
still a
be
need
coming.
to have this
So
for
there may be a need to have an additional, a new desk, because we don't know what we're completely bringing downstairs. But yes, they did get,
You answered my question.
5 or 6
The
free
need may
desks.
still exist for finance to need to purchase furniture.
yeah. If we don't have to purchase furniture, then we won't spend the money.
Right.
But it's there if there's a need to.
And everyone who has these books and subscriptions in every department, finance buys books like that?
The web,
What did you say, ma'am?
Books and subscriptions, I keep seeing that also filled. So all your directorates require books to be purchased every year?
Yes,
Because books under, this first one is 8, no. That's office supplies. So books in a couple spots is there. I'm just asking, because I'm not trying to be funny. Other people offer things like that. So I'm just confirming, finance purchases books?
yes.
Okay.
In particular, the real estate division,
The
they
assessors, I can
get
see.
books, yeah. And because they also have to produce books.
I just have one.
And public transportation is my last one. That's in there too. Is there a reason for public transportation when you have mileage?
In the case where if someone actually goes somewhere and they park their car and they have to, be on transit. I
Would
just,
that be-
I just basically, I reduced it with the anticipation that
So
we
you
may
keep
still.
that separate from mileage?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my main things. I look over this again, but I think that's the main points I saw immediately. Okay, thank you.
Make a motion to approve.
can I ask a question?
Okay.
What is DEQ compliance as it relates to finance?
Do you have a question?
That's our, remember we had the issue where we had the tank?
Oh, okay,
So that's our line item to take care of our obligation for the
okay,
tank.
it's underground.
Yep.
And then,
Well, yes.
and tuition on the second page, tuition reimbursement, we gave that up for the public works. Do we have to, yours is 550, is that 5,500?
Oh, yeah, 5,000.
That's a lot of money. Can we give that up? Who gets reimbursed for going to school?
I would have to say that that's an error, because we did have someone that was doing that. But I'm not aware of anybody in my department that's pursuing that.
But in that is a general question, Mr. Altman. Tuition assistance, does that come with obligation to give city service? Is there anything in writing that says if I pay for you to get a AA degree, do we have a policy that says you have to work with the city?
It's in the HR manual.
Okay, I don't know, I haven't seen
Yeah,
the HR man.
I don't know that there's an obligation for X number of years of service, but in order to get the reimbursement, they have to achieve a certain grade.
That's all, but no,
And
no,
we
no.
we only do it with employees who are working, actively employed with us.
We just need to remember, we need to get something back other than a grade, I think. But if we could, when we get to the HR upgrade, maybe we'll do that.
I will check with HR, but on the old forms that I signed off when I first came in, you're required to 1 year service with the
Okay.
city.
Thank you, I'm glad of that, okay.
So is that error needs to be calculated with your 10,000, or is that literally an error, it should be 0?
Yeah, I'll have to look at it, but I can't think of anybody that is in my department doing that now. 'Cause I did have an individual that was in the tuition program.
Yeah, so, but
I
next year,
just do have a question.
we can cut it out.
So we can,
And what is
can
uniforms
remove
and apparel?
so that adds to the 10,000.
Yeah, for now, we just have to figure it out later. We can take it.
And also, what is uniform apparels and inmates? Do we buy inmates uniforms? What kind of inmates get uniform? It's like this
No,
6 item.
that's just it's a one catch-all kind of object
Right.
code.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
what kind of uniforms do we buy?
It's for the assessor's office, yeah?
Who are outside. And
When they go out.
And when they go out, we want them to have something that identifies them
Okay,
as a city employee.
okay, I'm just asking,
Yeah, and
okay.
probably the inmate thing tying in there is a catch-all because of the sheriff's office.
But they
My
won't be
guess.
buying it they have their own budget.
Well, but it's a catch-all, it's a budget category that could be in everybody's budget. So the inmate piece is probably because of the sheriff's office, not because of finance
So then,
specifically.
But it shouldn't be in there.
It's just a title.
Yeah,
that
it's
I
just-
know, well then please exit out, cause inmates has nothing to do with finance, put inmates where the sheriff is, wouldn't that make sense? You should have a separate line
Can
item,
we move on?
I have a,
Miss Pelham, Councilor Pelham,
yeah.
it makes sense if this was home bookkeeping, but in the governmental accounting system, you can't create an
NAICS
expense code
codes.
for every category. First of all, it's not practical, and second of all, what you try to do is come up with a generic term that would cover the entire organization. So in this case, this was done before I got here, but whoever did it was trying to say, yeah, and by the way, we just want to make sure that we also add, and they added it on the end. So it's in the table listed like that.
But it's under your department only, right?
Yeah, it's not in my department. So if the sheriff wanted to do something, that's the object code that he would use. So you'd have to look at the detail to see whether it's related to inmates or whether it's just related to apparel for.
So all this, I thought this was your organization.
Well, it
get
is
it.
his budget, but the line items that you see are generic
shaking your
across the
head.
whole organization.
Okay,
So-
so if somebody wanna do something for inmates, they would charge his account.
No.
No.
They would the sheriff would have the same line item in his budget, and he would charge that one. It just happens
it's the
that.
code, the
generic
code,
title
the
of
code
the
is,
Yeah.
Okay,
it's just a code.
Just like books and subscriptions is general for everyone, this apparel line is
Okay.
general for everyone.
Yes, Mr. Terry, I do have a question about the accounting and auditing services. Is that I see it was, the original budget was for almost $600,000. Can you tell me what that actually entails? Is it something that we vote on and then you get the services, or is it just something that you see and then you just fill this? How is that procured?
So I think the audit services that's identified here would be the RFC contracts
Right.
that were approved by council.
Okay, because when we did the budget resolution to do that, we didn't pull it from the finance department. We didn't pull the financing for it to be paid through the finance department. So that's my question. That was done through the general fund.
No, ma'am. With all due respect, the funding for auditing services has always been, as far as I can tell, within the finance accounting department.
Okay.
Period.
And we asked you already to give us a list of all those contracts already, right, by tomorrow at noon? Okay, that's fine, that's all I have to ask. And my second thing is, under the procurement, line you guys have on vehicle maintenance, and it's line item
It's right under.
503330, and it's under procurement. Does the procurement office need vehicle maintenance? Or should that be under real estate assessor?
What's the object going to?
It would be under real estate.
Okay, because
And
it's not, because real estate
I-
assessor doesn't have anything under their,
Right.
Oh, I think the
Yeah, I think
header
it-
is
I kinda-
backwards.
yeah.
I think this up is the real estate assessor, then you get to here up, and
Yeah,
then
'cause
here up. It's
real estate
backwards.
has vehicles that they use to go out in the field.
And they have the apparel.
wait, what is,
So like this real estate,
Mhm.
it's really this part up until you get to the next yellow.
okay.
It's just, it's at the end, not at the top.
I would like to ask council if we do not have to vote on this until we receive all the information we needed tomorrow by noon.
But can we move forward with the cuts that we have identified?
Mhm.
Because
Yes.
$16,220, I think.
That's
Yeah.
all.
what's identified, yeah,
Oh, for him.
yeah, for him.
Oh, I
Not,
think-
not
It's
across the
like, that's
board.
all
Good to say.
for him. So I make a motion to approve the finance department,
Cuts.
cuts presented. That may include tuition assistance if not currently used, because we're not sure about that.
Pretty confident that it
I don't see that tuition assistance
It's the second
10.
page,
That's
the
under
first
service
line.
contracts.
No,
it's not.
it's over here,
And it goes
and it goes
up.
under the assessor's office.
Oh my goodness. I wish
We'll,
I,
we'll include the total amount and the caveat.
I mean, I just, can I get a better, can I get this printed out better so I can understand it? I'm sorry. Not tonight, but by 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Just change the title to put it up front.
Yeah, let's move it up.
Yeah, I just,
So the department heading is in bold at the bottom of all of the,
Yeah.
so
You
you're
just go
looking
up.
at, the second page is all real estate. The first part is accounting, then you drop down, you get to the green, it goes down, and that's the budget total, budget division, and then the procurement division.
Right.
And then on the back, it's all
Real estate assessment.
see it?
forget it. I got it. I
And,
got it. So
council,
you put the header at the bottom of
Oh,
that.
and yeah,
yeah, council, also, when you, real estate assessment, I'll need to check with Pat, because she have recruited 2 new people, and I don't know whether or not that's,
Yeah, they may have.
they may have that in there.
so I put the caveat with the tuition, but it was something
Just
else for
accept the
6,
cuts.
it was something else.
Okay.
It was something else, it was like $600, I forgot what it was.
vehicle maintenance.
Oh,
That-
okay,
but
we
the
needed
vehicles in
that,
real
okay,
estate.
yeah. So the motion was to, accept the finance department's budget cuts to include tuition assistance if not currently being used.
Okay?
You need a second?
Yes, please.
All right, second.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Can I do all in favor? or is that
Vice Mayor
inappropriate?
Parton,
I'm sorry.
are we, am I calling
All
roll
in
for
favor?
adjournment?
All
Okay.
opposed?
Aye.
There you go.
You
All in
opposed?
favor? Aye.
What was that? You were,
She
you were
opposed
against
everything.
that?
No,
I know.
Not
She
against
said
that
no.
one,
Is this Hudson still here?
Ms. Hudson,
She's tired of us.
No, it's okay, you guys don't
Logged
need to tell
off.
her about that resolution in the department.
Yeah.
All right, bye y'all. I got something